Hello, everybody! Welcome to Goral Stream Team. With me tonight, I've got Dr. Neri Bakalian, of our foremost expert on Japanese history.
Good evening, denizens of the internet. This is Dr. Nairi A. Bakelian, and you are watching the Goral Stream Team does Ōkami. I am, as you know, or you may not know, I am a novelist, artist, recovering academic, and your favorite history dyke. And you can listen to my historical stylings on anchor.fm/Friday Night History, where I talk about Japanese history across various angles, mostly with a focus on northern Honshu, the Tohoku region, in a weekly historical romp. Other than that, I am the author of the hella queer novel Grey Dawn, A Tale of Abolition and Union, and I am currently working on my second novel, Homeward Stars. It's a pleasure to be here again, and
It's a,
thanks so
ple-
much.
it's a pleasure to have you here. Also with us tonight is Cora, our foremost expert on poetry.
Hey again, this is Cora Blackheart here, aka Zoe Tanner, aka the wildest fox you'll ever know. In the chat right now is my link tree, which gets you to my Twitter, my Ko-fi, my poetry channel, and right now I'm here in your ears with my good friend Nairi and my good friend Jax. Uh, I'm here to bark as a waff, I guess. I don't know.
Dang. And finally, last but not least, we have our foremost expert on WAFs, Vera.
Hi, I'm Vera Lycaon, or more, or in full Vera Lycaon Blackheart. I am Cora's partner. I don't have much in the way of public places that you can find me at, but I'm on Twitter as @VeraLycaon. I do art every now and then, and I am here to provide my expertise on WAFs.
And I'm here too. I'm Jax, and it's nice to see you all here. And yeah, I'm one half of Goral Stream Team. The other half is currently on vacation, which is a source of great sadness, but hey, it means I get to chill with my friends, which is always nice. If you want to check out some other places that Goral Stream Team can be found, our link tree is currently in the chat. And if you feel so inclined to support this channel, the best thing you can do is follow us if you're not already following. The second best thing you can do is to tell some friends to follow us. And the third best thing you can do is to subscribe, which we always appreciate. And Unnatural 20, thank you for the 3 months at Tier 1. Hell yes, that is amazing. Oh, I think that's been about as long as we've been affiliates as well. If you want to throw money our way without giving a cut to Jeff Bezos, then you can tip us directly.
On top of this here again, we are again playing Ōkami. As Nairi and I have talked about before, we have a list of shrines that we do suggest here. They are just now in the chat under Shinto shrines and where to find them. This again is a link tree that has not only accessible shrines in the United States, but also ones from Japan that do have English access. And also, Jax, we need to see the stream too.
Well, now you've got the Sleet experience of I always forget to stream it to y'all.
Yes.
Knew there was something.
There we go.
Okay, that was a very professional intro. I feel like we're onto something with that. How did you all feel about that?
Well, let me just work up a burp here and make it more accurate for the stream.
Well, I can't mute your mic individually, so be nice. Yeah, we're playing some Ōkami, and if you missed our previous stream, you missed out on a little bit of talk of, well, Japanese history, Shinto shrines, and Shinto in general. Yeah, a professional intro does seem a bit off-brand, but also, we've got 4 people here, and, you know,
We can afford to get a little fancy about it.
yeah. It felt good, you know? I don't know that we'll always do that, but yeah. So Nairi, you've been working on novel number 2, huh? Or is this?
Yes. Yes.
Actually, is this novel number 2, or is this?
This is not a sequel to Grey Dawn, but it is a, you know, it's not entirely unconnected from it either. I'll just leave it at that for now. It's a, I think tonally it's a bit of a different story, but ultimately it's a similar theme of what does it mean to come home? Can you come home?
Mhm.
And the answer is yes, you can, and you get to choose your family, and you get to decide what home is, as long as you fight for it.
Hell yeah. Ooh, thank you
Yeah.
for the follow there too, Dem Dapper, and thank you for the host, Dr.
Dr. Quuxum.
Okay,
Quuxum.
Dr.
Yes,
Quuxum.
Dr. Quuxum, better known to some of you who have been on my streams as Grace the Skunk.
Oh, hey
Hi,
Grace!
Grace.
All right.
I was like, oh no, there's 2 U's and an X. I don't know how to do that with my mouth. But yeah, for the uninitiated in the chat, Dr. Quuxum, thank you for the follow. Hell yeah. For the uninitiated in the chat, can you give the elevator pitch for Grey Dawn?
Grey Dawn. Well, so Grey Dawn, A Tale of Abolition and Union was my debut novel, and it is about a time-traveling cis lesbian from the 1860s who is a militant abolitionist and disguises herself as a man in order to enlist in the Union Army and fight for abolition at war, as she has in the streets of Philadelphia before the war. She gets thrown forward in time to the 21st century, where she meets a trans woman named Lee Hunter, who has the same name and a lot of the same characteristics as the woman that she loved and left behind. The 19th century protagonist's name is Chloe Stanton. She is inspired by a couple of real historical figures of the time. And so it's a story about learning to trust, learning to heal, learning to be whole, scars and all, and finding new things in here and now to fight for. And I promise there's a happy ending.
That sounds fucking great. Time travel in that, you say?
Yes, time travel. Yes, and then it's an interesting exercise also in looking at my time, like trying to put myself in the shoes of a 19th century lesbian, suddenly finding herself in the what I consider the today, and what is weird, what is not weird, what's changed, what has not changed, how has language evolved.
Nairi,
one of the running jokes of the story is that she constantly loses fights against kitchen appliances.
Nairi, I absolutely hate to interrupt you, but we did just get a follow from possibly my favorite username in a long while. Bumbleboop, thank you for the follow. That is a
Bumbleboop.
powerful
Bumbleboop.
username.
Oh, that's cute. So
That is cute.
Yeah.
okay, so one thing that we do,
Oh,
I do want to bring up here because we haven't.
Kalia
talked
Lycan,
about
thank
this?
you for the follow. Dang. We've
Um,
brought everyone to the yard, apparently.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
My
one,
ink brush brings all the yokai to the field, as it were.
Hell yes.
works for me. So Nairi, this is actually also for my edification, education.
Yes.
Why Sakura Why Sakura trees?
Why sakura trees?
That is a good question.
You may
Ooh,
well
yeah.
ask, as well you may. Honestly... Oh, demonstrable mischief. My darling cousin, Unnatural 20, wants Grace the Skunk to perform some demonstrable mischief upon me. Okay, so... sidebar, since we're looking at a priest here, there's a priest waving around a
Go ahead.
a purification wand, and
They-
so these are things that, oh my,
They also seem to have
my.
a house for a hat.
oh my.
I think that's just a shrine, because
There
that
is
like
demonstrable mischief being done.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
that's like several Torii gates and
uh.
everything. I think that's like supposed to be. Yeah.
Unnatural 20, the demonstrable mischief has been completed.
How do you know? Yes.
Oh no.
Do we need to let people redeem beans for demonstrable mischief?
I mean, far be it for me to f around and find out, but you know, why don't we f around and find out? Anyway, why sakura trees? Sakura trees for some shrines are specifically the shrine crest, like they're the flower is the shrine crest. Shiogama Shrine, which is in our link tree for shrines and where to find them. Shiogama Shrine's crest is a doubled cherry blossom. Cherry blossoms, of course, are very well known symbol of Japan. They are very ephemeral. They bloom and they're there for a little while, and you sit under their branches and write bad poetry about the transience and mutability of things, and then they blow away, and that's it.
Oh god, Town Master Waka. Ah, this asshole. We'll get to that, chat. Don't worry.
Yes, we will.
Oh boy.
So, but yeah, so you're if you're going to be like looking at anything like traditional or historic with Japanese anything, you're likely to run into cherry blossoms. Now, as for this guy is dressed in the outfit of the suikan and hakama of a Shinto priest. Now,
Suikan being like the top part, the hakama being the pants.
You would not see the suikan and hakama combined like that, because that hakama is patterned after the real world working hakama of a Shinto priest, but the suikan is the formal garb. So it would be like mixing a suit jacket with cargo pants.
I knew some people in my church who did that. In my old church.
I mean, you do want your Jinko jeans back, so, you know.
Right?
I feel like...
Hey, leave my Gene Hitatare out of this.
you mean your Jitatari?
Yes.
Yes, your Canadian Hakama.
Yes. Hi everyone, we're already around the bend, and hi Squeak.
Hi, we're very serious about this.
So,
ooh, have fun with RPM. Oh dear.
You wouldn't see a Shinto priest wearing a shrine on their a shrine roof on their head. This is obviously an affectation in this game, but note the sacred rope and the shide, the white
shide are the little like the paper lightning bolts.
Yeah.
And the sacred rope's the one with the tassels on it?
Yep. And different shrines have different ways of tying those ropes. So not all shrines are going to have ropes that look exactly the same. And I used to know just offhand a couple of the different styles, but you can look it up. It's out there.
Yeah, it's pretty. Shinto in its own right has a lot of variation to it and everything.
Yes.
And one of the things that I've ended up hearing, and again from Ollie, was Shinto as a religion is complicated because it's less a religion and a series of superstitions.
Yeah, it's
folk beliefs, if you will.
It's only in the past 150 years that anybody's been treating it like a
Jax.
Yep.
Like a
Don't
unified thing. Oh shit! Exorcised arrows.
Yes. Don't press forward. Let's talk about this arrow.
Okay.
Okay, so this is an arrow that is mostly used to ward off evil, isn't it?
Yes.
That's good. It doesn't look like it flies very well.
Well, it's normally when they're sold like that, it's like a charm, isn't it?
Yes.
So you just hang it up somewhere.
Yeah, you put it up somewhere. It's gonna be, it's more for being seen and less for being shot.
That said,
being said, you can shoot. You can, in theory, make one that's meant to be shot. It's just ordinarily the ones you would find are not.
Yeah.
Do the ones that you ordinarily find also spew post-it notes at an alarming rate?
I mean,
well, there's that one shrine out in Tokyo for the god of IT, but we don't talk about him much.
Excuse me?
we don't talk about him much. We don't want him to look
We
this
don't,
way.
we don't want his attention.
Look, no, I'm going to risk technical difficulties here. What?
So there is an Ōkami in Tokyo who's enshrined in Tokyo as the guardian of Tokyo, and I am purposefully avoiding this guy's name because I am going to work in IT. I don't want to run afoul of this guy.
No.
Because he's also a cuss of a man.
Oh yes. Oh yes. He was a historical figure who did what people are not supposed to do. Like historically, like it's been understood for I think like 1,500 years at this point that you don't just declare yourself emperor. But he declared himself emperor and had the military force to back it up for a little while. And then the emperor's army came out and destroyed him. And in order to pacify his spirit, they built a shrine that enshrined him, and he became the guardian of what became Tokyo. The thing is, he is very particular. And when he is ignored, when his shrine falls into disrepair,
He gets
when
angry.
he is flippantly invoked and, it's like imagine someone saying your full name loudly.
And some genius decided to make this guy the god of IT?
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
granted, the whole, if things fall into disrepair and it's neglected for a while and such, then, you're gonna regret it. That, actually, yeah, that sounds like IT, but, Still.
There are some schools of thought that have it that the 1923 Great Kanto earthquake was his doing.
Yes.
I see.
Yeah, the earthquake that leveled old Tokyo.
So he's
Once again, why this guy? For god of IT.
I am not
think it's
entirely
because-
sure.
I think it's because his shrine is close to Akihabara.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
So was it like... was it...
Akihabara.
No, but, like, was it done as... I hate to say this, but was it done as, like, a publicity stunt?
Oh.
Or genuine...
No.
Okay.
I think genuinely.
Yes.
I think genuinely.
Yeah.
You don't do that kind. You don't.
You do not enshrine someone as a publicity stunt. That's playing with fire at best.
I mean,
Also,
have
you don't
you
enshrine
seen
how-
mega churches?
I don't like talking about them.
You know, I could blast off about those for days, but also that's not for the stream.
Yes. Yes.
Maybe for Tales of the Black Forest, but not this one.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's more relevant there.
Mm.
I got the forest.
Well, Agata no Mori. There we go.
Alright, time for
Purify
studies.
that land. So
One at a time, then.
I guess you can also angle your camera up above it all.
Alright.
Yeah, there you go.
So I guess this would also be an interesting time to talk about how there's a shrine that has enshrined the souls or the mitama of Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla.
Oh yeah.
Excuse you?
Oh yeah.
We're
Is
not
this-
joking.
Is this some? This feels like some kind of Mormon post-mortem conversion bullshit.
Yeah, they enshrined Nikola Tesla and Thomas Edison together in Dendengu. Electricity shrine.
I see. So, okay, so, like, when you say enshrined their spirits, because that, to me, bespeaks something of, I'm gonna put this spirit here, and it's gonna stay here, and it's gonna behave.
Well, that's not entirely correct. Like, you're building a small house for the spirit of this person.
Yes.
Okay,
and they
so
can
it's-
come in- they
right.
Can, it's like they can come and hang out there for a little while, if you know, and you can set out a welcome basket for them and be like, hey,
Okay. Okay, so it's not building a bird cage, it's building a bird table.
kinda, yeah, or like a bird feeder, I guess.
Yeah. I can probably
At
space
its-
these further
At
apart.
its best, at its worst, you get another shrine in Tokyo that I'm not going to talk about on this stream. But if you look up Shinto shrines and nationalism, you'll probably find out about it. And
Yeah.
yeah. That's how you don't do it.
Hmm.
What about George Westinghouse?
Oh, so the Hawaii, the Hawaii shrine.
Oh man. Oh man.
The
We need to
Hawaii
talk about the Hawaii
shrine.
shrine.
Yeah, like
hey everyone! Hey everyone!
Yes.
Who's George
Yes?
Westinghouse?
George Westinghouse is not a house in which one is westing. George
Well-
Westinghouse was an industrialist and inventor of an American industrialist and inventor of the 19th century. He was involved in a number of things, including designing air brakes for trains, as well as experiments in electricity and nuclear power. And his former estate is not far from here where I am in Pittsburgh.
Okay, so not necessarily something I should have known because in school they were all too preoccupied with talking about how the British invented everything. So, you know.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
We super
So-
fucking didn't, by the way.
but George Westinghouse is a local historical figure here in Pittsburgh.
mhm.
But yeah, this shrine in Hawaii. There's a shrine in Hawaii. I forget which one. Which
it's on the list.
is it? Oh, it's on the list.
I'm fairly certain we put it on the list because it was
Oh,
just
it's that
either
one.
I think so.
Yeah, I yelled it.
Oh man. Oh man. So they enshrined George Washington.
And also King Kamehameha.
Yes.
Which feels very.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
again, it feels like the whole post-mortem baptisms thing again.
It
Yeah.
does, but at the same time, like, politics are always politics, and politics are always messy.
And
And
if you
Like-
think about it, like for Japanese immigrants to have done it to Hawaii to have done this, makes a kind of sense, you know,
Mhm.
because they were trained to show that they were, they too could be citizens of the United States, and you know, if you've got your local town shrine, right? Yeah, the logic makes sense to me, even if it's like, I don't know, this feels weird.
I mean, it does, but again, it's also just like a political syncretism saying, hey, we are American citizens.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I mean, there's also the implication of, enshrining the colonizer together with the colonized, but
And
Yeah.
that is, like, all the
exactly.
work is...
yeah.
I mean, there are
Go in the cave.
there are
There's
other
a small bird in my ear telling me to go in the cave. Sorry, there's a
There are-
large fox in my ear telling me to go in the cave. Sorry, Nairi.
there are former shrines. They're no longer active, but within the U.S., I think in American Samoa, there are some ruins of shrines that were built there when American Samoa was under Japanese colonial control. So those exist, but they are
Hey,
not
we
on
got
our list.
a word ban on Shinto.
Hmm?
We have a word ban on Shinto.
Okay, let me bring up the thing.
Mela.
So, Nairi, shall we just move over to Shinko?
Okay.
Ah,
What?
yes, Japanese folk religion.
What's Shinko?
Shukyo.
Ha Shinko?
Sh- 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 yeah, well, I mean, there isn't one. There's Hachiman Shinko and Inari Shinko and Temmangu Shinko.
It's just another way to say the word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this feels like kind of the not necessarily in the spirit of Carmela's 1000 beans.
Also, one brief moment here, Xylus. I
Damn it,
talked to you
Xylus.
again earlier today about giving a bunch of trans women urinary tract infections. Knock this off.
That was Squeak. Also a natural 20.
Squeak and a natural 20. Oh god, I need water.
And Carmela, let's one sip.
Well, I guess I'm
2 sip.
finishing off this Coke with
3 sip.
butcher-proof distilled cane juice.
Okay, I'm gonna reset the word ban because I feel like just going, well, okay, we're just going to say the word bad. Or, well, validly but differently. It's like Carmela bans color, and I say, well, I'm just gonna say color instead. It's fine because I'm saying it without the U. There we go.
Wait, I thought that was with the U.
Yeah, it is with you.
I mean, you say color both ways. It's just that one has a silent U.
Alright, so enter into the shack here. I guess this is also a time to talk about, like, shamanism?
Yeah.
And actually, you mind if I take a shot at this one here?
Please.
So, Inari Taisha, in its own right, is a umbrella of religions. Because on one side you have...
Note the dolls, by the way, on the right-hand side.
Oh, hey, yeah.
Those are
Yeah.
kokeshi, and that is a folk handcraft from Miyagi Prefecture, where I used to live.
Also, seems like someone was visiting the shrine at the Hour of the Ox.
How do you figure that?
So, you see the straw doll right there with the nail through it?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's how you curse someone.
Neat.
So, you were saying about Inari Shinko.
Well, Inari Taisha.
Inari Taisha, yeah.
Because on one side you have the faith of it, and then on the other side you have the Buddhists, and there are priestly orders of both. And then underneath that you have lay worship groups, and those lay worship groups either, in the case of the International Inari Taisha, which again, thank you, Gary. Nairi. But so with some lay worship groups, you end up with some that are led by shamans, and these are people who have connections to the Ōkami in their own right and everything, and they don't always get along with the priests, and the priests don't always get along with them. It's generally just a polite, quiet Cold War. But shamanism is
Do you want to take another run at that one, sis?
Yes, I do.
I'm a scat man!
Anyway,
Carry on.
Shamanism in its own right has a lot of roots within especially Inari Taisha, and that's honestly because a lot of the context of Watashi mo Inari-sama, or my own Inari-sama, which is more or less saying there's millions of ways to view the divinity, and even amongst Gary and I, who are of the same lay worship group, I tend to view our Ujigami as a lady, and they tend to view our Ujigami as an androgynous bodhisattva. That's fine. There's just these whole things of variance and everything, and sometimes with with shamans, you end up with a lot of fortune telling and everything, and it's always cryptic. Oh, oh wow! Actually, go back towards the front of the door, please.
Oh, neat. Oh, okay, neat. It dispensed some ink. There we go. Okay.
Stop right there. Scoot back.
Sorry, there's
Scoot forward
yen.
a bit.
Right
Come
here.
towards it. Yep. So, Nairi, stop right there. Are you
Criminal
seeing
scum.
what I'm seeing here?
I see a Magatama.
Oh, the
I-
puppets I meant.
The what?
The straw dolls.
I see straw dolls. I see Gofu. With seal script on them. I see something bouncing in the background between the rafters.
I think that's
I
her
think-
thought bubble.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. So yeah, I do see. Oh wait a minute, is that a wish fulfilling jewel in red
Where?
Oh, it
Yeah.
kind of looked like it
on the Gofu?
on the talismans. That's the talismans like sticking into the needles, and also on our candles. Holy crap! Go towards the candles. I didn't notice that before. The candles on the altar as well.
Oh,
Yeah, right there.
okay.
And
The funny little swirl, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a wish fulfilling jewel, which again, Buddhist in some context. Also, the ban is over. Shinto, 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 Shinto.
Okay.
Fight me.
There we go. Okay. Xylitz asked a question that Nairi started to address in chat. And I don't know, Nairi, if you want to use your voice words out loud to speak to some of that.
Well, I mean, first of all, like I said, which invasion are we talking about?
Yeah,
Because
there's been a few.
There's been several.
there's been 3 that I can immediately think of, and there's probably a couple more there, particularly in the ancient times.
We are looking at the Imja War, though, the turtle ships with good old Admiral Yi.
Oh yeah, and
Hmm.
y'all may have heard of that Netflix series about what is it, Samurai World of the Warrior?
Oh god, that thing.
That is a whole other can of worms. But and I'm gonna answer. I want to answer this question without getting myself sidetracked here. But suffice it to say, they mention this war in that series, and they don't mention Admiral Yi, one of the Korean naval heroes of the war, once. And talking about the Imjin War without mentioning Admiral Yi is like talking about the American Civil War without mentioning, General Grant or Admiral Farragut. People who were really important and really vital to making things happen.
Okay, so Jax, if you want some hints on how to get the
I'm good. Like, folks are talking, so
Okay.
once I get stuck and we run out of conversation topics, then I'll get some hints.
fair enough.
So,
Fair enough.
So, you want to talk about like cultural impacts. First of all, the POWs that were captured during the war, some of them wound up staying, whether by choice or not being returned when the treaty was signed, and the Korean kingdom and the Tokugawa shogunate finally had formalized relations. There would have been, and I'm less familiar with the details of this, but I'm sure that with that many Korean people having been brought to Japan at the point of the sword, that there would have understandably been Korean influence on the direction that things like cuisine took in Japan in that transitional period in the 1590s going into the 1600s. There would have probably been literature, Korean and Chinese literature that spread more readily, both through POWs as well as through diplomatic missions that were coming to negotiate for their release. That would have had an impact on things like, a second order impact. I can imagine might have also included the influence of developments on the continent. Things like new currents of political philosophy. It's a very, 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 very broad topic. Probably the most famous example of like something tangible that's a remnant of those years in Japan today is what's called the Ear Mound, which is in Kyoto. And I don't want to get too grisly on here because I don't want to I content warning. How can I put this delicately?
I mean, it's called the Ear Mound.
It's called the Ear Mound. Use your imagination.
Ugh.
To add just a little bit more context to that, ears are more convenient to transport than heads. So,
yeah. Rigorously practice.
Yeah. So that continues to be the topic of understandably anger,
Sippy.
and dispute. And I hope to gods that they think that something can be worked out so that people's remains can be repatriated. Because if there's anything that I think that we're talking about Shinto. If there's anything that should be obvious, is that angry ghosts are not happy.
Oh,
and
hey.
they bring bad things.
Yeah.
I'll sippy water with you, Silence.
I said some tea. Oh, hey! We get to talk about the 3 sacred treasures.
Hey.
So, I've been holding this one back, folks. I've been restrained. So, there are 3 weapon types in this game. There is the reflectors, there are the beads, and there are the swords. And I'm going to just come out and say that this is based on the Imperial Regalia, or the 3 sacred treasures. A sword, a Magatama jewel, and a mirror. I believe... I'm trying to remember if the sword is Grass Cutter.
Yes, Grass Cutter or the Sword of Gathering Cloud.
Kusanagi?
Kusanagi or Ame no Murakumu no Tsurugi.
Thank you. And it's just really important to Shinto in general, and you are probably going to end up seeing a lot of some kind of representation of those in any shrine you visit.
Yep.
The jewel is generally a comma-shaped thing. It's called a Magatama. I wear one. I've sent one to Vera, and I know I sent a small jade one to you, Nairi?
You did. I have one that I made myself that's sort of been my standby for many years, but I also am using the one that you sent me now.
And you sent 2 of them to me, in fact, huh?
Oh, yes, it did. One was also another jade one, right?
Yeah.
So, what does the... you might have explained this while I was busy reading text, but what does the Magatama signify? Because I know that in Phoenix Wright, it makes you good at investigating things.
One moment, this asshole, I love him and I hate him.
Oh no.
We can talk Taoism and its influence in Japan, baby! doggie!
Hey!
Oh yes.
This motherfucker!
Hark, the call of the heavens, the earth, and the sea. They summon me forth to defeat evil.
You need to give him a French accent, actually.
Waka, the god's gift to man is here. Bonjour. No, this is better.
Fair enough. Tile Master.
Oh, Master Vaka.
So note the crow head and the little black cap. This is supposed to be Ushiwaka Maru, who is better known by his adult name of Minamoto no Yoshitsune. Yoshitsune, as a young man,
Really?
was called Ushiwaka Maru. He trained in the mountains north of Kyoto at Kurama, under the tutelage of the crow beings that are called Tengu. And Tengu
Excellent
wear the
fighters.
hats of the ascetic, which are the little black cap thing over there.
So you're telling me this isn't Waka from Final Fantasy X?
No.
Nor is it Waka Flocka Flame.
Dang it!
Wow, somebody clipped that!
Now,
Oh my
what,
god.
what is a Tengu? Because I know what a Tengu warrior is from Power Rangers, but I
got
feel like they're different.
So, Tengu are, in like the broadest stroke ever, they're crow people. Like
Okay.
in a more accurate way, they are mountain spirits that tend to take the form of an anthropomorphized crow, or a big dude with a red face and a long, almost phallic nose.
Oh,
They
okay.
Mhm.
I've seen the latter definitely.
they're master swordsmen, aesthetic wise men, and also kind of assholes at times.
Yep.
In fact, if you also notice, the guy is wearing a single
The
stilted
fucking
get
clown outfit.
up. Well, no. Take a look at his shoes.
Yeah, but his top is a clown. It's just big pom poms on his shirt.
That was the fashion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was just the thing at the time.
Clowns are in fashion. I mean, I guess I see a lot of people really into clowns on Twitter lately, so that makes sense.
No, I mean, to be honest, clowns never went out of fashion. They just changed their clothes.
Yeah.
Are you
But-
calling me a fucking
Yeah.
clown? Right here?
No, they
Right
just like
now?
to wear red hats is all.
What the... Ouch.
Oh, we're having fun here, folks. Oh, I spilled a bit of my tea. I didn't mean that for that pun to come across, but damn. Like, I accidentally spilled a bit of my tea here, but I like this guy. I like this guy's design. I didn't know he was supposed to be Yoshitsune. And now that I realize that, I can see it, and holy shit. Yoshitsune. Yeah.
Now, I should add that Yoshitsune famously had to flee Kyoto when Taira clan came looking for him, and went north to take refuge with the northern Fujiwara, kings of Oshu, beyond where the road ends.
Hey, why is this sword called Pillow Talk? Hey, why is this sword called Pillow Talk? Hey, why is this sword called Pillow Talk?
You know, it's like killing someone with kindness, except kindness is just a knife called that.
Also, why is it a lightsaber?
Taoist
Don't worry about
purity.
it.
That's just how Taoists do?
Yeah.
In Japanese, it just said Ushiwaka. So,
Yep.
yeah, there you go. Ushiwaka Maru.
Man, this fucker... I was joking about him being from Final Fantasy X, but he does look like fucking... Oh god. Apocalyptic Clownman from Final Fantasy VI in that art.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Dancing Mad.
Yeah, that guy. I've cursed you all with the inability to remember his name now.
I was gonna say Sephiroth.
Nope, that's 7. Also less clownular. More goth.
Fair.
Kefka, thank you!
Something, goth clowns only.
Clownular? Would the Insane Clown Posse version of Clownular be Jugular?
Yeah.
I mean, you do have to go for the juggler if you want to kill a circus.
Okay, that was clever. Good job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't say it's my own, but, you know.
Also,
Tengu,
I'm not
how do
entirely.
they work?
I'm also not entirely sure what to call the art style for the game itself, for like gameplay.
Well, it's the sort of brush painting kind of style.
Yeah, like this isn't like ukiyo-e though the scroll work is when like they flash the villain. I want to say.
I would compare it to Nanga.
Thank you.
Nanga as opposed to manga, not manga, Nanga with an N. Nanga is a brush painting style that's influenced by the paintings of the Chinese literati tradition, like these guys who really see themselves as like ascetic scholars who go up in the mountains and drink plum wine and write bad poetry. But they also paint these really striking landscape paintings. And that's sort of what I'm seeing here. Also, note that his hair over there looks kind of feather-like.
Does look like a bunch of wings, yeah.
It looks
He
like
literally used it as a pair of wings earlier.
it looks like forget the name of it, but there's an implement there's a famous implement of some Tengu from I think the 12th century lore that's like a fan but made out of
that
feathers. That fan, yeah. I think that's what that's evoking.
Yeah, I can see it.
Now, the fact this guy has this French accent, is that meant to indicate just a weird fucking affectation, or is that meant to indicate this guy's not really from around here?
Okay, so here's the thing, because we're gonna get to the game's version of Kyoto eventually. Here's the thing to remember. Kyoto people to this day see themselves as the height of culture. And they're kind of insufferable about it, but they come by it honestly. Kyoto was the imperial capital for, damn near, I think, 1,200 years or something.
And they won't let you forget it.
And they won't let you forget it. They are the, this is where so many of the historic literary greats lived. This was the site of the imperial court. This was the headquarters of the Ashikaga shogunate for a long time. The golden pavilion is there. The silver pavilion is there. Mount Hiei is nearby. Mount Kurama is nearby. Kiyomizu Temple. The bridges over the Sanjo.
And then there's also like Fushimi Inari and everything too.
Fushimi Inari, Iwashimizu Hachiman, and Kamigamo Shrine and Shimogamo Shrine. It's like, I imagine that they chose a French accent there to evoke this sort of air of, yes, I am the height of culture and style.
Okay.
I would also present a counter argument that it could just be an example of him taking Chinese learning. Chinese philosophy was also a big thing in this period as well, and
I can see your point.
Yeah.
like to take a brief moment to shit on the United Kingdom.
Oh, please do. It deserves it.
English and the UK were considered a backwater, especially during the invasion of the Normans.
Oh yes.
Oh
Like-
yeah, absolutely. I mean, that wasn't the English at that point. It was.
Oh,
I mean, it was the Anglo-Saxons,
Yeah.
yes, but I mean,
It was.
this is actually kind of my wheelhouse because linguistics, but that whole invasion, the entire upper class of the population there was Norman or Norman speaking, which led in turn to this whole division within this whole dichotomy within the language where you'd end up with sometimes words meaning the exact same things, but one of them would be loaned from French or Norman, which is just an old dialect of French, which persists even to this very day. You don't eat beef, you don't eat cow, you eat beef. And that is a French word in origin. For instance, you don't have a drink, you have a beverage if you're trying to be fancy about it. all that sort of thing.
And on that end, like, I think we kind of pinpointed the era with this game, with characters like Ushiwaka and well, getting to the game's analog for Kyoto, you end up meeting Benkei and so on and so forth here. But what that means to me is that this is also the era when trying to implement a lot of Chinese learning for governing and everything. So I think the affectation there with the French accent is literally just trying to paint that analog over to an English-speaking audience.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically when I came back from London to visit my folks and they told me I'd got pretensions.
Yes.
Which is to
Precisely.
say, I sort of expected that a pub that we're in might be able to take a debit card transaction rather than cash. Which, like, my hometown is not that much of a backwater, but question mark, question mark, question mark. I got made fun of for expecting, hey, maybe they've actually, you know, got a debit card reader here.
Also, speaking of plum wine and everything, I actually kind of do prefer try the bloom technique. I prefer plum blossoms over cherry blossoms.
They last for longer.
Plums
And
are
they
fucking good.
And plum blossoms also have a much more prominent scent to them.
Yes.
Ooh.
We had a plum tree in the garden growing up, and just fucking plums for fucking days. It was so good. Like, the branches were always so heavy laden that it just about pulled itself down.
Gosh, we have a plum tree in the backyard, and my only thought is like, is it worth it to learn how to make plum wine?
I mean,
Yes,
my folks absolutely made some pretty baller plum wine with it, but they mostly made like plum jam, which also very good. And, like plum pudding, plum crumble, just fucking everything with plums and blackberries and stuff. I'm just sorry, thinking about home and just for whatever reason,
Yeah.
homegrown fruits tends to be what comes to my mind when I think of home.
Well, no, that's perfectly fine. Like,
Yeah.
for me, it's apricots.
Okay.
Like, my grandmother had an apricot tree before it died, and apricot jam and apricot syrup was always a huge thing amongst my family. And to this day, I still, like, find myself preferring apricot preserves.
Mhm.
But that's neither here nor there. Like, I just... I think one thing that we have to like take appreciation with, especially with Shinto, is the context of sacred spaces of nature. And like you appreciate the beauty that nature has and everything in it. And for Xylots' sake, because I know Xylots and I grew up in Utah, I would honestly say some of those sacred spaces for me were like Bryce Canyon, Zion National Park, Moab, especially like good old Delicate Arch and everything. I would say that there is like whew. It is in those places that I feel the divine speak to me easier. Also, I think, should we save that one for our podcast, or should we bring that up now?
Which one?
Well, hey, double dip.
Nice. Worshipping nature spirits in a colonized land.
Well, I mean, we can talk about it a bit. There's no reason why we can't do it again. When we get to it in our podcast.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mind if I open up with my side?
Please.
So I live in the shadow of Mount Rainier. Okay? And I don't call it Mount Rainier. I call it Tahoma. Because that's what the native population called it. I look up at that mountain, I feel awe and inspiration from the divines. And I am uplifted and edified. And I call it Tahoma because there have been people here before me, native peoples here before me, who named it. It is in the white-centric ethnography of American exceptionalism and the arrogance that has to call it something completely different. It's colonizing and it's erasing of other people's
Kitty.
cultures.
I'm sorry, I know that was very big and important and good, and it absolutely was, but, like, I'm sorry, I have no brain. I just went, Kitty!
Oh no, I completely agree. I love just the detail work in the HD remake for this.
Wait a minute. Hang
Yeah.
on. I forget there was a cat in this game.
It's again one of the basis of the Chinese. One of the tales from like one of the Buddhist fruit. Is it a Buddhist retelling? I know the story from Fruits Basket. Let's just say it like that.
Is this the Maneki Neko one?
The zodiac animals being invited to a feast hosted by the Buddha, and the cat,
right, yeah.
and the cat being excluded because the cat was tricked by the rat.
Oh, crap. We'll figure that out later. And Xylets, for me, it is a water knight. Well, a water and monster knight, because I am trash. But I think for Vera, it is Twitch Juice.
Only mild Twitch juice, but
And in my case, I am drinking a pot of Moroccan mint with honey and lemon in it because Xylets knows I take inspiration from Alex Stacy and also Dylan Hollis as of late. So I go from like a very kind, positive affect to screaming very quickly.
Alright, Nari, what's this one?
Stamaki Seki.
Okay,
Sutta Ruins.
I mean, Xylots, for what it's worth, I wasn't planning on having anything else after this, so it's just going to be water or soda from here on out.
Oh hey, it's Gramps. It is the reason why Susanoo gets such a bad rap in the West, I want to say.
Also, Nari, what are you drinking tonight?
Water.
Water. Okay, cool.
In true Philadelphian style. Water. Not
Ah, yes, water.
water.
Ah, they put the D in water.
Yes.
So I guess also another gripe about why
100
issues
followers
with
on Twitter? We don't have that many. Wink. 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 Why is my stream deck not working? Oh god. Wink. Link tree. There we go. Okay, sorry.
You should totally follow. Y'all should totally follow Dual Stream Team.
Mhm.
Jackson
Yeah.
Sleep.
Good. They're good snaps.
So
Yes, they are very good snaps.
I guess also another thing that I want to bring up because apparently I'm the stream's resident expert on poetry. Haha, screaming.
Uh-huh.
Susanoo is also known as a poet. Like, I can't remember what style because this was just something I read in passing and just was like, oh, that's neat. Because I mean,
Is it in thing in the Kojiki?
I think so.
Well, that'll be in like Abeki. That'll be like Manyokana. Like pre free hiragana, katakana, using kanji for sound value. I imagine is how that would work.
Have we had the haiku discussion on air yet? I don't think we have.
Which
Oh, boy.
discussion?
The
Oh,
literary haiku versus
literary haiku.
regular haiku.
Literary haiku is garbage.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's weird, right? It's okay, so backing up a few dozen steps here, I found a haiku on a bottle of tea.
I was
that I had.
gonna bring that up. Yeah.
And what
Cut
was
him in
it? Sunday Interstate, rolling down the freeway, beach ball. And the verbally minded amongst you will notice that ain't 575. That ain't
That's
even
not a
close.
haiku.
It was not even arranged in 3 lines. So this kind of set me off on a bit of a rabbit hole because I'm tedious like that. Or tenacious. One of those T words. And I dug into it and found that the person who is credited with it, Arlene Tech, was part of the North American Haiku Association, or something to that effect. I can't remember the precise name of the affiliation, but the thing about it is that this further led me down a Reddit rabbit hole because I was like, why are people making these haikus without the 575 syllable restriction? Because that's weird. And I talked to Cora, who knows haiku, and Shay didn't have a clue what was going on. I talked to Nairi, who, you know, kind of knows her Japan, and
Well, I'm also going to point out Nairi has literally written me tanka and haiku in classical Japanese.
also that.
Mhm.
So there was a lot of head scratching, and I eventually find some people on Reddit saying, "Oh, the whole 575 thing is a Western invention that was used to just, teach kids how to count syllables." And I was like,
Hang on. What?
No.
that
What?
seems incorrect, person on Reddit. I'm going to dig into this further. And I kept digging and eventually found someone who runs a haiku competition out in Vancouver. And they're part of some other haiku society. And they had a lot of stuff up on their website that was exclusively about responding to people who had written to them in their capacity as someone responsible for these haiku submissions, going, "Hey, I can't help but notice that a lot of these submissions and the ones that get put on that are prize winners as well don't follow the 575 thing." And this person up on their website has a bunch of snippy letters that are like, well, the whole 575 thing applies to the traditional Japanese haiku and is rigorously adhered to there, but literary haiku, we tend to just take the form of the haiku and vague nature themes and maybe a season setting line and stuff like that. It's just like, I'm looking at this and going, okay, so what? So you're
It's white nonsense. That's
yeah,
what it is.
pretty much. It's like, I get taking an art form and adapting it to a different audience and calling it something else. So I kind of understand their viewpoint, but it's also, well, okay, so this is a different branch of haiku. This is not haiku. This is, unfortunately, they've chosen to call it literary haiku, which feels like an attempt to grasp the high ground, which fucking sucks. Because they've gone and appropriated an art form from somewhere else, and they're like, we're going to do it different now.
So, Nairi, do you want to go off on this, or do you want me to go off on this?
Something cultural appropriation.
Yeah, where the fuck do I even begin?
Like, again, there's a kernel of, okay, we saw this art form and we're riffing off of it. I can understand that, especially since, you know, the linguistic rules between English and Japanese are vastly different. So,
Yeah.
As I understand it, it's not so much a syllabic count in the Japanese form as it counts something else other than syllables.
Yeah, it counts mora specifically, which is basically just sort of corresponds to syllables, but also not really. Like a syllable with a long vowel counts as two mora. One with a short vowel only counts as one.
So, would you actually like to hear a riff on Tonka?
Go for it.
Alright, so
Go for it.
Tonka in its own right is also like haiku, that is focuses on a mora count, but in the case of, we're in English here, it's a syllable count, okay?
Because English doesn't really do syllable weight.
Yes. That said, the syllable count for each line is 57577. And generally you want to talk about things of nature or seasons and so forth. This is a 4-Tonka poem. And here we go. Oh, also, for those of you who are aware of what 4 can mean in Eastern myths, yes, Kanta warning for death. When I leave this world, behind again through my death, who will write for me? What poet will pen a song for me, a grim vixen? When the harvest comes and I too report to her, to settle accounts, who will light candles so, that I may return to home? When I leave this realm and just rest for a while, and guard the red gates, who will remember this one, or be damned to fade away? When I am buried, please sing out my name loudly, praise me so with ink. My name echo in summer and grow stronger in all of you. And that's a pretty decent just riff on it, you know? We're talking in English here, and if you want to actually hear me go with a full riff, I got one of those for you too. Okay. This is a 7-Tonka long song. And one second here. Sorry about that. So, this is 7 Tonka strung together. It also has a rhyming scheme. Some days it's easy, forgiveness I give freely, not always you see. For sometimes your gifts are scars across my soul you have marred. In me I see you, the parts I wish to be true, your hope and faith through, and I'm your worst parts too, even if they make me blue. It makes sense in parts that I, your daughter, remarks, and own wordsome arts still from you do depart. For from your kind I choose to dart. I will share your genes, your laugh, your face, and in-betweens, and your own good means. I cannot be in your scene as I sing this song it keens. So I will sing with every word in it ring, even if it stings. Hated parts of you I'll fling. I'll belt it with all my being. Farewell to you, shame, heart of mine you could not tame. I'll take it all, I'll take all blame and drink it up with earned fame. O muse of my pain, the one I stole back my name, never yours again, shall I be found in your lane or stuck on your ugly plane. Thanks to you, my mother, inspiration, no other, no more bother, stuck yet to one another, I walk on to recover.
Ooh, snaps.
Thank you, thank you. But if you want to riff on Japanese poetry using English, why not mixing a rhyming scheme?
Yeah. Yeah, honestly.
Yeah.
People,
Xylus has redeemed Hydrate, and I think
oh boy.
it's a good time
Hydrate.
for it.
I will go ahead and grab something to drink, then I'll be right back.
And you know what? That's actually a fair point. Thank you, Xylix. But I'm watching you.
Love me some water.
So, I prefer to write my tanka in classical Japanese. This is one I sent to someone who I thought might have been in the audience tonight, but has other things going on. Kaku bakari, akari no gotoku atatake shi, ima ya sakemu ya ano kata no emi. How bright she is, bright like the sun. Does it bloom again, that smile of hers?
That's quite
I am
lovely.
so fabulously gay. I know who you wrote that for, and damn.
You know who I wrote that for.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. My inspiration for writing tanka, and particularly for using tanka, partly as a
Or
not only
bringing
as
her
a
into
way
this
of like,
conversation.
Later, Xylus.
And I'm back and also freshly
Xylix.
hydrated. Later, Xylets. Anyway, sorry for interrupting.
right, right. So poetic inspiration, right? So there was a poet of the 1920s and 30s. Well, she lived a very long time, but that was her particularly active period. Named Yosano Akiko, who her reading her tanka years ago particularly informed how I look at it as a poetic form. As a way of not only just using it in any of the senses one might use poetry, but also specifically as a way of employing it to convey romantic and hella gay feelings. It's sort of that wound up being some of my primary association with that form, but not the only one. I've written my share for other occasions.
If it's okay with you, Vera, would you be alright if I were to share one that I wrote for you?
Yeah, do go ahead.
Okay, so this is again another double Tonka here, so two Tonka stacked together.
In a trench coat.
As you normally do. So, again, Nairi has also pointed out Yasano Akiko and if you like lesbian poetry. How long have you watched as we faded in and out before we joined so? As friends first, then to lovers, under summer night sky so. Still how glad am I, how blessed am I to love you, to be loved by you. To know you and see the same pale, lovely coin spin in the sky. The poem, I actually have a name for this poem. It's called Luna. It is an amazing poem. It's also very beautifully queer. I'm going to drop my poetry channel in the chat again because, hi everyone, I actually do like writing. I just don't have a lot of an audience. Please, please, please.
Please do
Help a
follow
girl
her.
out.
And yeah, gods, it's still just as lovely as the day you wrote it.
Mhm. Like,
Nerd.
Nuts.
nuts.
Nerd.
Like, I also want to point out that, like, Tanka and Haiku generally have, like, how do I put this? A seasonal affectation to them.
Yes.
And this also, again, goes back to, like, why we talk about sacred spaces of nature and everything, why we talk about the cherry blossoms in bloom, the plum blossoms and everything. Like, it was not under any. It is not under any uncommon thing for some people to send poetry with branches of plants in bloom.
Yes. If you've read, you know, Heian era writing, stuff like the Pillow Book, stuff like the Tale of Genji, this is going to be stuff that might sound familiar in terms of what you send with a poem.
Hmm.
Did you say the Pillow Book?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well then, why don't we tell your perpetually confused host and our audience what that is?
So the Pillow Book, Japanese title Makura no Soshi. So that says Shinshu Heigen, the Shinshu Field.
Oh,
So the Pillow Book, Japanese title Makura no Soshi, was written in the 11th century by a woman of the imperial court who is remembered by her courtly nickname, Sei Shonagon, S-E-I Shonagon, S-H-O-N-A-G-O-N. Shonagon was her father's court title, so she was known by her father's court title and by, we think, the abbreviation of her family name, which was probably Kiyohara. So the Kiyo in Kiyohara is a character that's also read Sei, ergo Sei Shonagon. Shonagon was the daughter of a former imperial governor. She was very accomplished at not only writing in Japanese, but also in Chinese, which was uncommon for a woman of her time, because Chinese was considered the language of learning and was a predominantly male-coded language in Japan. So she wrote this book called The Pillow Book. And if you can imagine, like, a Tumblr blog that's really snarky and talks about how, here's a list of things that I really like. Fun date inspiration on the Sanjo Riverside.
oh my god, she invented BuzzFeed.
She invented BuzzFeed. Exactly. And there are
I think it's less
times in the book
invented and
where...
it's just. I think it's less invented BuzzFeed and human
Discovered.
is the same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah. But she wrote this collection of, lists, essays, jottings in a style that's called zuihitsu, which translates to following the brush, just putting down your thoughts in no particular order. And it's called the Pillow Book because the pillows in those days would have been these very small wooden things that would have had a drawer inside. So you keep a little hand scroll where you have your notebook. So that's where that comes from. And it is one of my favorite books.
So remember, folks, actually put some effort into your shit post, because you'll never know if it ends up becoming a cultural touchstone.
And if you read the I think it's the most of the translations. We'll put it in this order. But there's a point beyond which we learned that people have been reading this while she was still writing it.
Oh no!
And it's like, imagine if your Anon Twitter got discovered. That's
Well-
the vibe that I get.
Nairi, speaking of that, do you want to talk about how the first time we broached the subject on talking to each other in DMs?
Which subject?
So like I followed you on Twitter and I saw one of your Friday night histories that was like really spoke to my soul, and I retweeted it to my furry account because it was like majorly huge, something I needed someone to see, you know?
Mhm.
And then you just like fave it. And I'm like, oh no,
Oh no.
I need to do damage control.
You
And then it
know,
gets
I
worse.
remember you freaking out about that, now that you mention it.
Yes.
I remember the night where you were just
Yeah.
screaming.
And it gets better because like a week later, I'm just like, okay, it's just one tweet. I should relax. It's just one tweet. I should relax. It's just one tweet. I should relax. A week later, I go off on this screed on Shinto isn't nice or fluffy, dumbass. And you retweet it. I'm like, ah!
Feel like I remember that
remember
one
this.
too.
And so I'm just like, okay, I need to say something. And it's that brief moment of panic, like, okay, I know that you have found this account of mine. I'm going to ask that you don't talk about it.
Oh yeah, I vaguely remember this. Yes,
This was a hot minute ago, wasn't it?
Mhm.
that was a long while since. Yeah.
That was pre-pandemic days, baby.
Oh
That'll
yeah.
explain why I can't remember it.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Same.
So, again, me just screaming internally about this. Also, hey, what happened to that kid that was crying in the woods?
He's still crying in the woods. Because I couldn't figure out how to find the key for the next thing. So I'm out here again.
Have you contemplated about headbutting the kid?
When in doubt, like
To get the key? That seems cruel.
just Hom.
Fair.
It's Wolfer, I love you. I wish I was kidding.
I wish
She's
I
not.
could. I wish I could leave an offering here, but I sure don't seem to be able to.
It's part of a side quest, and there's like a lot of different parts associated with it.
I see.
hmm So, I can deeply relate to someone finding my Anon Twitter.
Thankfully, I hope I handled it. I think I handled it a little bit more tactfully than what's his name, Fujiwara no Korichika finding Seishon Agon's book. Because he just went around. He had no discretion at all.
And look at him go!
Yep.
Sorry.
There you go.
Well, like, you have, and I've come to the position of, I don't think I care, question mark? That's, again, just human nature in its own right, and I think that's something that we ought to take more into account from history and everything. It's
Yeah.
we're a lot less, the noble past or whatever. Especially in this era here, folks. Fascism is on the rise. Remember,
Yeah.
folks, if they're trying to tell you that, oh, you have a noble past or anything, they are trying to sell you a lie.
Noble
Yeah.
path, please. You learn anything about history, you quickly find out that there's no such thing.
People have always been goofy as shit.
Mm-hmm. The first thing I learned about my lineage was that Basically been paupers until my dad's generation, and yeah.
Oh, hey, same.
No grand family history, just a bunch of peasants for the longest time who finally started to dig themselves out of the dirt when, big shocker, a lot of social reforms happened, allowing people to start pulling themselves up out of the dirt.
I.e., right-wingerism is a trap.
Yeah.
Austerity's a lie.
Like, I can literally say the exact same thing about my own family history, so...
Reaganism is a crab bucket.
Yeah.
Same with Thatcherism.
Yep. I mean, it's the same thing. Just, one's
It's
got
all
more
just conservatives at the end of the day.
One's got more
mean-
girl power.
Yep, thank you. I was going for the girl boss energy.
One has
yes,
gaslit,
do you think
girl boss, and
Margaret Thatcher
gatekeep.
is... Do you think Margaret Thatcher effectively utilized girl power when sending deaths of paramilitary death squads to Northern Ireland?
Ooh.
To quote and/or paraphrase Eric Andre here.
Yep.
I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry, everyone, if your opinions of us has been shattered. It's not like we're a bunch of trans women or anything.
Might just tend towards the left a little bit here. It's okay. I know me and Sleet have kind of worn our political allegiances on our sleeves before, so. What if... Oop! Not you, buddy. The log.
No, you got the log. You just kind of spooked him a bit.
Come on. Well, whatever. Your pretend to be shocked face. Yeah. By the by, not seen you in the stream before. It's nice to have you here.
Kaja, is that one of your friends, Vera?
Yeah. Hey there.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, hi, Kaja. My name is Cora. I am currently smooching this wife. I wish,
Indeed.
but you understand what I'm getting at.
At our first available convenience.
Are you kidding me? At the first available convenience, you're going to pounce me and I'm going to fall to the floor.
I may or may not have.
I guess also the other thing is if we're going to be talking about, like, wolves and the gods.
Because yes, Cora last stream, for those of you who were there, mentioned a partner who is a devotee of Oguchi no Magami-sama, which that would be me.
Neat.
And I I love Nairi's and my digging into the affair. It's just like, all right, so what's the connection here? Because as it turns out, the Hata clan was also involved in this somehow. And one of the things was, one of the emperors said, all right, so I had a vision where he would get this guy from, I can't remember which prefecture.
Well, it would have been. It would. Oh, shoot.
was
It wouldn't have been a prefecture. It would have been a province.
Yeah,
Wasn't it a guy from Ise who was coming back from being a merchant?
Yeah. And he was, again, a member of the Hata clan, which, if you know Nairi and my thing, Korean immigrants who brought Hachiman Ōkami and Onari Ōkami over. Good job there. And so the Emperor summons this guy. He's like, all right, so I had this vision, and they told, in that vision, they said that you would tell me something. So what happened on your trip to Ise? And so the guy said, well, I ended up seeing these two wolves fighting. And there was this comment made of, surely you two are Ōkami. Again, wolves.
Mm-hmm.
However, that's also synonymous with great god. So, wolf gods.
Yes.
Again, the entire Japanese language is oftentimes just a bunch of puns masquerading as a language.
Yeah.
This is also why
Japanese is exceptionally punny.
This is also why there are 3 different writing systems.
Nerd.
Nerd.
Arguably 4 if you count the occasional use of Latin, no less, or well, the Latin alphabet rather that we also use.
Artichoke. Maybe.
Big joke.
No! No, no, no! No, 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 no! Okay.
Save the cauliflower.
I think it's an artichoke. But I think those are related? Question mark? I don't really know.
I don't think they are.
They are, because it's like the same family of Brussels sprouts and everything too.
I don't think artichokes are brassicas.
Hmm.
Let me look it up.
That was what I was thinking. Maybe there are also brassicas, but
thought they were more closely related to thistles.
that would actually make
Yeah,
sense.
they
They
are.
sure do look like thistles.
Fair dues.
Oh. Oh! Orb! Uh-huh. I don't know what we're trying to achieve here, but...
I have no idea.
I guess we got praise for that?
Bear love artichoke!
Why?
Video games?
Okay, I guess if you're just trying to fill for a side quest.
You okay there, Nari?
Oh, just a little itchy.
Oh no.
Been an interesting few days.
One of the greatest Chinese curses of all times. May you live in interesting times, which is
Or-
not a
Which is not a Chinese curse.
yeah. It is. It is not. I just think it's. I don't think it is, because it just sounds very. It sounds too much like a Western contrivance to be, if you ask
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
All right.
Grace the skunk often says, "I'm tired of living in a primary source."
No, jeez.
Toxic masculinity in my video games.
Imagine that.
Mm, we did talk about the arrows.
Mm,
From a tiny black speck, no less.
black and green spec.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Wait, black and green.
Eason,
Oh.
so I guess another thing that we also should bring up here, Nairi, is that while both of us are Shintoists, grand umbrella term that word, I also work with other divinities, and that's perfectly fine.
Yes.
Like, so here's the thing. Amongst some of the other divines that I've ever had some relationships with, working or otherwise. Well, working. I don't know why I added the otherwise there. Don't God date people. It's weird. God, I'm having flashbacks to that Tumblr side of
Oh,
Tumblr.
no.
That guy.
Now, is this the one that... The various people who wanted to date Loki, like, even before Loki was Tom Hiddleston, and now whoever's playing Loki, I guess.
Yes. More or
Loki
less.
wives, that was it.
The ones who wanted to date the genuine article, yeah.
Mhm.
Hmm. And I don't know if that's like a thing because it's something nuns are supposedly married to God or whatever. I don't get it. It sounds gross. I don't get it. And so, speaking of Loki, yes, I do have a working relationship with Loki, aka the Sky Treader, aka that one bastard. Swing the other way. When the fish changes direction, you tug. So, and it is perfectly fine to have to work with divinities from different pantheons, so long as you are aware that yes, they are divinities with different rules, with different ways they like to be talked to, with different ways to be offered to, and don't try to conflate. Don't try to like secretize everything to one singular
Pantheon.
beliefs way of approaching things here. Okay,
Yeah.
it's just bad.
But people will say, wasn't there syncretism between Buddhism and Shinto? Yes, that's because they took centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries of living side by side.
What do I do? What do I do?
Cut the cut, the cut.
Okay, sorry. Please go ahead, narrate. The syncretism.
They, the syncretism being like the blending of two different traditions, two different religions. They had all those centuries of living side by side to cross pollinate and to influence each other. This is not that is not the same as claws up. That is not the same as you want to throw your Shinto practice and your Asatru practice and your
Heathenry
Hindu practice together and pretend that they're one thing. You can have practices in parallel. Obviously, like there's nothing saying you can't do that, but keep them in parallel. Don't conflate them.
Hey, video game? Hey, video game.
It will smoke when you are trying to connect it to the fish.
There we go. Okay.
And also to point it out here, there have been syncretisms within like Christian and pagan faiths. And I am
Such as?
well, Santeria is like one of the big ones that comes to mind because again, hey, Latine. So Santeria in this case is a mixing of Latine, specifically like Mexican folk religion and everything, with Catholicism. And I have complicated feelings about that because colonizing, but at the same time, that's sometimes the only way that you can get your faith to carry forward, which is unfortunate.
I mean, also more historically, you can also see clear examples of that with like influences from various flavors of Germanic paganism on like the way like holidays like Easter or Christmas are celebrated. Because yeah, the Bible doesn't really say anything about say putting up a giant tree, for instance, decorating that.
And Nairi, you once told me some very interesting things concerning Armenian Armenian Orthodox Protestantism.
Yeah, the Armenian Protestantism, which branches off in the 1840s from Armenian Orthodoxy, and Armenian Orthodoxy, which is basically Zoroastrianism dressed up in Christian clothing.
And that's syncretism. That happens naturally.
Yeah.
This is what we are talking about when we talk about what syncretizes with what.
Yeah.
Buddhism actually is the same thing. Buddhism is the only reason why we have the word Shinto.
Yes.
Because beforehand it was the faith of the native peoples of Japan.
Yeah.
You know, folk beliefs, folk
Yeah.
gods.
Something that did not have a particular name of its own because it was just the general beliefs of the time and the
Until-
place.
Until the Buddhists came over and it's like, so what the hell do you guys call this?
Yeah.
The
All right, we're
god
gonna call it Shinto. Okay, there goes. Yeah. But I guess also, if we're going to be talking about this here, Nairi, what is your take on the history of Japan by Bill Wirtz?
I have used that video back when I was teaching in a university. I can't find anything wrong with it except for like one split second, where they're talking about Tokugawa Ieyasu and they flash just a half second of the orange guy.
Yeah, that one bothers me.
But
Yeah.
actually, I can't find anything wrong with it. It's a good teaching tool. You want a good 9-minute introduction to Japanese history from prehistory to the present. Watch it. It's worth it.
Mhm.
Now, it's not going to give you anything in depth, but it's not supposed to give you anything in depth. It's giving you 30,000 feet up from prehistory to the present. 9 minutes.
Like, heaven. I guess also, since we brought up the enshrinement of like people like Edison and Tesla, should we also bring up that enshrining of people is not that uncommon?
Enshrining of people is not that uncommon, and in fact, it's the modern imperial state that made it all kinds of weird and loaded it up with nationalist bullshit. People, even in some cases, people in life being regarded as kami was not particularly unheard of.
Mm-hmm.
In Sendai, in the Meiji period, there was actually a very famous case of this. There's a guy by the name who was known as Shiro of the Watchtower. Today, he's remembered as Shiro Sendai Shiro. He was regarded as a living god of fortune, and nobody particularly found that to be strange. Think of it this way: if you've heard of Emperor Norton.
Good old Emperor Norton.
If you've heard of Emperor Norton, the guy who
Invented the antivirus, right?
Emperor Norton, who was this man in San Francisco, I think in the 1850s, who crowned himself Emperor of the United States, but he was this larger-than-life character who was ultimately benevolent and like kind beyond kind, and just was a force for good, even in his eccentricity. This sort of person who is larger than life, even in life, would be in the Edo period would be regarded as a kami, and nobody would particularly bat an eyelash. Because if you've got this cosmology, if you have this belief system where the kami-ness is in everything, it's not like saying so and so is capital G God.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, and there are many gods.
There are tons of them. They're all around you.
There are people who are gods walk among us.
Yeah.
Gods walk among us.
Among
Sorry.
us, yes.
Among us.
Sounds sus, I know.
And thank you for the follow, Vano. If you want to unfollow immediately after hearing what you've got yourself in for, I understand, but...
Hey, Vano.
Hey.
But like, again, building off what Nairi said, that's really not that uncommon. In fact, like a lot of historical figures have been enshrined at post-mortem.
I like how you put that, Vano.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the fucking human body, case in point.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Who designed this?
Huh.
Well, there was an entire committee, you see. And okay, I actually do really appreciate the Aztec story on how humanity was made. Because it takes 5 fucking suns to get it right.
5 suns as in 5 sun deities, or
5 deities taking turn as sun.
ah,
And every time one of them said, "I'm done," a new age was ushered in by an entire calamity.
actually, fuck this. Ba-dum.
That's actually some of it. Like there was one, the first god who took turn as the sun said, "Fuck this," and caused it to rain jaguars.
Hey, that sounds fucking dope. Actually,
which is a very interesting apocalypse at the very least.
I mean, it
Yeah.
sucks for the jaguars, I guess, but you know.
Yeah.
Oh no, the jaguars ate a lot of people.
Oh, then it's great for the jaguars. Then I'm
Okay,
I'm
so they
happy for them.
survived.
Wave a jaguar.
They had parachutes. Neat.
And again,
Immune to
I
fall
mean,
damage.
I am. Well, I mean, they're cats.
You
Yeah,
know, fair also.
Like, okay, so I know that a lot of these.
Oh boy.
A lot of these bad guys are built around like yokai and everything. I still have no fucking idea what this one is built around.
Angry fucking plant.
Venusaur from Pokemon.
That's also a good shout.
Yeah,
Actually, hang on a
yeah.
sec. If I slash
This
it,
guy
then...
is this guy is immune to it at the moment, though you have the right idea. Try
Wait until
slashing
he
him all
opens
the
up.
way. No.
Oh.
Again, biggest complaint I have with this game is, hey, let's hold your hand to the way through it.
Yeah.
No,
I mean-
since we talked about.
Oh, well,
we
thanks for
talked
coming out, Vano. Sorry, Nari. Go ahead.
Since we talked about, some of the issues of, following these practices, in a land like this that has been colonized,
Mhm.
and also the question of syncretism and what is syncretism and what is not syncretism. You do not enshrine the spirits of this. Like we are, three of us are on Turtle Island. The other one is in Europe, but you do not enshrine these spirits in a Japanese manner, and yet some people have done so,
Mhm.
and they are asking for disaster.
And some people have enshrined their My Little Pony figurines.
Oh, the UK,
Don't remind me.
the UK Shinto group is just terrible.
They did what?
What?
Enshrining Hello Kitty.
Oh, it was Hello Kitty. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm
They
probably
did-
not off base with the thing that I said, also.
They did
I,
what?
I mean, the My Little Pony thing just reminded me of something else entirely, and that's not appropriate for this stream to talk about.
Is it the fucking jar again?
Yes.
It's okay, we bring that up every stream just about.
Good.
Oh my god. Okay.
I helped
Hey.
reach a quote him then.
Hey Nairi, just to distract you, how about these statues? This one's
Okay.
thick.
Okay. So I mentioned this at the very beginning. So these statues are, I think, for the most part, actually, they're patterned after like actual statues of this style called haniwa.
Yeah.
Haniwa are like pottery figures that you might find at tombs of particularly of the Kofun period.
Mhm.
Kofun is named after the type of tomb of that period, particularly of the elite. They're these keyhole-shaped tombs. Like if you look at it from overhead, it's like shaped like a keyhole and surrounded by a moat.
Mhm.
Now, some of these we have been able to study because they have been made available, but generally speaking, oh Cora, not well played. Generally speaking, like there are not a lot. There are a lot of them that are not accessible, as I understand, because so many of these tombs are property of the Imperial Household Agency, and the Imperial Household Agency has jurisdiction over what they consider to be imperial tombs, and the things we might discover if there was an analysis would run counter to good night, Vano.
Good night, Vano.
Would run counter to the
Good night.
narrative, the myth that they are trying to maintain of no, the imperial family doesn't have roots in Korea. What are you talking about?
Jeez. See, I know these funny little guys because they turned up in Animal Crossing as gyroids.
Yeah, and they're in Final Fantasy as well.
Oh shoot, they kind of are like cactuars. Look.
Cactuars, yes, the
Super
cactuars are based on
like
them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah. I'll come back on.
Oh jeez, more of these cherry guys. So Vano posted something good before they headed out, just an excerpt from, I think, the Ōkami wiki, talking about potential origins of these particular fellers.
Huh. This doesn't sound familiar to me, but it's worth looking into, I think.
I mean, there's also like millions upon millions of Fox stories and other like yokai stories. Let's be real here.
Oh yeah, there is no one. This is an important thing to remember. There is no one set of these stories. It varies depending on period. It varies depending on location. A lot of what people have heard of when you say Japanese folklore, they might be thinking of the stuff that Yanagita Kunio collected. Yanagita Kunio was an ethnographer of the Meiji period, and he did folk research in this area of Iwate in northern Honshu, and published it as Tou no Monogatari because the area was called the Tou region. But that's just one region. There are yokai from different parts of Japan that don't really appear anywhere else. There are folktales that are from certain parts of Japan that don't appear anywhere else. So really, this isn't a one size fits all. This isn't unitary in the least.
Yeah, like as with folklore in any culture, well, I mean, what you said applies. Like, there's going to be regional myths. There's going to be similar things that have their own spin on. Good night, Kalja. Good to have
Good
you
night.
here. Hope you
Night,
see you
Kalja.
again. But yeah, like what an elf is different from different areas in Europe.
Boy, yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
there's this ubiquitous type of creature among yokai called an oni, but there are regional beings that bear a passing resemblance to oni but are not oni.
I see you're building up to the Namahage.
You can't make a namahage, like subsume namahage into the category of oni because that's simply not the case.
That's some good mushrooms.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Magic even.
So,
Ah, yes, the magic shiitake.
Twitch approved shiitake.
Twitch approved shiitake, yes.
I bet you can bounce on those.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
probably.
absolutely. But there's treasure.
Fair.
Time to sniff about elsewhere first.
Yeah,
Like-
here, actually, that's a thought. Can you give us a wolf fact?
Yes, please give us a wolf fact.
What would be a good wolf fact for this? Shit.
So I guess why would wolves howl?
Lots of reasons actually. Both to communicate along like long distances, but also just socially as like a group activity. Like literally, they will howl in harmony, no less. Like as a way of bonding, like the same way people will sing together.
That's cool.
Okay. Because I know in this game, Amaterasu howls in victory.
Mhm.
Would that be like a common wolf behavior, I guess?
I mean, do wolves have a
Um,
concept of victory?
I mean, like, I guess accomplishment would be something.
I'm not sure about that, admittedly.
Most wolves do not have valid CDLs. What's a CDL?
What is a CDL, Jax?
What is the CDL?
I
Yes.
don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Oh.
Um, you're the one who brought it up.
No, a natural 20's the
Natural
one that brought
20
it up.
did. Wait, certified driver's license?
Canadian driver's license? Commercial driver's
Commercial
license.
driver's license.
I mean, yeah, most wolves don't, but some of them do truck up and down that lonesome highway all through the night.
I guess, well,
I guess after a hunt, like, could probably call over pack members that stayed behind that way or something, but I
that
wouldn't
makes sense.
know about, like, doing it as a gesture of victory, per se, and of its own.
Yeah, I feel like victory is a very human
Human
sort of-
concept, yeah.
Yeah, and applying human concepts to animal behaviors is always a little bit of
I mean,
a...
there is definitely such a thing as under-anthropomorphization, where, like, it makes sense to just not acknowledging that animals have feelings in the first place, but yeah, that feels definitely like anthropomorphism.
Yeah.
Gee, I wonder why we are talking about anthropomorphism. Looks pointedly at their icons.
What are you talking about? Important camp business.
Run!
Oh god, get over there.
Or important wolf business in this case.
Listen! Damn
You
you!
son of a bitch!
Oh, the N64 controller was designed for wolf paws, but it was changed at the last moment.
Changed
That's
it all at the last moment.
not again.
Just
Soon, you idiot! Just run, yeah, don't jump.
Yeah, I tried to get a little bit of a speed boost by doing a
I
jump.
think it just
attack.
let you down.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, that's interesting.
Interesting.
This is actually another talk about, like, exorcism arrows.
This is the lock-picking lawyer, and today we're going to pick whatever the fuck this is.
Yes, just gotta get a Hamaya out of my lock-picking kit.
Which you can buy on my on
Which you can-
covertinstruments.com. Oh. Oh dear.
Yeah. So this is
The
what
lock
you,
that bites back.
this is what you use. This is what you use a Hamaya, the demon quelling arrow, or the it's not the typical translation is not accurate there.
So remember the arrow sticking out of the back of that one Biwa playing imp?
Oh yeah,
We're looking for something like that.
neat.
Yeah.
Because that thing is full of demons.
Mm-hmm. How is Mezzo doing, by the way?
Mezzo?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think they're doing pretty well. They've started a new job. They've moved.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
Seems like they're pretty happy. So
Good.
yeah. And that's the Mezzo update.
Oh god, this guy.
Excuse me? Hello, King Thwomp, I guess.
His name's Blockhead.
I'm trying to think of what this is called, and the term that's coming to mind is decidedly not from folklore.
The
Oh.
term that's coming to mind in my head is ah.
The term that's coming to mind is kabedon, which is, I think, a thing from hentai, but not from Japanese folklore.
That's the thing where you put both your hands around someone and go, "Hey."
Yes.
Like you put your hands around them against a wall and just like, "Hey."
Nuri kabe is the Japanese term for what you're looking at here.
Oh.
What?
A nurikabe, a painted wall,
Oh, yeah.
a wall yokai. It impedes or misdirects travelers walking at night.
Headbutt him.
Oh, okay.
So it is like Roadrunner painting a big tunnel entrance on a wall, but in yokai form.
Oh, I
Yeah, kinda.
see.
Okay, legally distinct King Thwomp.
Please, King Thwomp wishes he was this cool.
Fair.
Okay, so
You just
probably
poke
just
it.
poke. Yeah. Vera, another quick question: do wolves do a bork bork awoo?
They don't generally bark.
That's fair.
That is very much dog behavior.
Wolf meme, dog behavior. Neat.
Ta-da!
Let me die a warrior's death explodes.
Oh. Neat. Several things have happened. Oh.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, that is actually a very good localization, isn't it?
Exercising arrow? Yeah. I bet you could get really thick thighs with this thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a daimyo once upon a time who did write to one of his admirers, "You know well the insides of my arms and my thighs, do you not?"
And that daimyo's name was
Was Jate Masamune.
our favorite,
There-
everybody.
There it is, folks. The
Oh, that lock hated that.
Ah, yes, dummy thick Samune.
Oh my fucking god. High five, Vera.
Water, bitch, before you go over that. God damn, I had tea.
I'm sorry, Evan.
Are you really?
No.
That was brilliant. Thank you.
No problem.
I think you
I'm
can
trying to scheme, but I'm dummy thick, and my clap of my cheeks is alerting the Emperor to my schemes.
Ah!
Fuck.
I think even the old man himself would be amused.
Good.
Yeah, Banshee Strikes, I have to agree, that was a little,
Yeah, that
Oh,
sucked
dear.
to behold a little bit.
Yeah.
So we've talked a lot about religion on, well, faith in general. I don't know where the line between faith and religion is.
Good question. I guess what structure gets involved, but
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you talk about organized religion, but not so much organized faith.
yeah.
I know, like,
Well, I mean, if we're gonna be talking like organized religion under the context of Shinto, this
I
is
mean,
where we're
even
gonna
there
be
the
talking.
line is kind of blurry, yeah.
Yes, and hey, Nairi, is it time to rant about the Meiji Restoration? I think it's time to rant about the Meiji Restoration.
Oh boy, it's time to rant about Meiji Restoration.
I guess I just wanted to lead into the thing that I was going to briefly address, and that's that I personally don't follow any particular faith. Like, I've backed off of describing myself as an atheist because that's kind of a fucking loaded term at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, fair.
And also, I don't know, like, my position is that I don't particularly mind either way. Like, it would be nice to think that this is accurate. You know, that there is something more. But my own experiences with faith have been few and far between, so...
I
Yeah.
mean, that's
Yeah.
actually a fair point. Like, you don't. Okay.
I'm not going to shit on anyone's beliefs, because, you know, they're important to folks, and as long as they're not, you know, harming anyone with them, then...
Mm. But like and I think that's honestly just something that is I guess in my case, because if we're going to be talking about that, I want to bring up my experiences, question mark, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I was raised, I was born into a Mormon family. I do not consider myself Mormon, but I was raised as one because that's what it was. That's what the faith was.
A former Mormon, or a foreman, if you will.
I believe the term is Exmo.
Yeah.
Oh, you should get some cream for that.
It keeps on coming back every October and April.
Ugh.
But carry on.
And I really have that urge for faith in me, for belief and religion in me. And it's complicated. Like, I'm not going to be on anyone's case for not being anything or anything like that, or it's not fair to them and it's not fair to others.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm being true and factual to myself, I am Inari Taisha Shinto Buddhist. And the term that I'm borrowing heavily from the server where Nairi and I met is Shinbutsu. Is that accurate?
Shinbutsu Shugo.
Yeah, Shinbutsu Shugo. And again, this is going back to that whole one's own personal Inari-sama, because I know Gary and I will have differing views on that. Merp.
Merp.
Keep on saying merp.
I don't think
I
that
don't know.
means what you think it means.
No, it means what we think it means. It's just like, oh gosh, I'm just trying. I am trying to avoid using the. I have opinions, and it's again just a very. I want to say it's a very Inari Taisha thing where it's again arguing with your religious leader in a context. What is proper.
Yeah.
And that's a very Inari Taisha thing. But in the context of this here, I believe in this faith because it called to me, and that's something that I want to impart to anyone here who is looking to go into paganism of any stripe. And by definition, technically, Shinto is a paganism. It's not pagan though. There's complicated. There's baggage. Let's say we'll just cover it
Yeah.
all with baggage. But moving forward, with
Thank you for clipping that.
you're welcome. I forgot I clipped it, and I'm like, oh, I should probably show that to the chat, shouldn't I? Get the horn.
Yeah.
And like, I am very much a faith-driven person. It's something that is rewarding to me and feels good. And to that end, I have felt the call to my Ujigami Onari Ōkami and have responded with faith and with right action. And I try to keep in mind that you just let people live their lives, make sure that you are able to help them, but also keeping yourself safe too, which is a huge chunk of it.
Right.
Because these are important things.
Mhm.
And like, you can't expect everyone to feel the same call to the same gods. It's not fair. And like I was saying, Mormonism and being raised by very faithful parents who believed in that had a huge effect on me. That effect in my case was teaching me how to be serious with my own faith to this. I'm no longer Mormon, but I still take a lot of the lessons that my parents taught me with be serious in your action.
Mhm. If you're gonna say something, mean it.
Yeah.
That also said, do we want to talk about the Meiji Restoration?
Let's talk about the Meiji Restoration.
Oh boy.
Okay.
We're gonna talk about the Meiji Restoration.
Actually, first, let's have a look at the design of these pots.
Again, this is inspired by the pottery that those guys that I was pointing out earlier that are on the Kofun tombs.
Oh, the funny Haniwa friends.
Yes, this is the same. This is the same. These are. I don't think these are actual guys, but like actual figures from Kofun. But the style of the figures is the same. So it's evoking.
Yeah,
the
the
same.
visual inspiration is clearly there.
Yeah.
And now I've wrecked them, because they were poisoning things.
Which is also, again, just talking about Kagere and everything like that. But, okay, so, and the reason why I'm bringing up the Meiji Restoration, besides a whole hell of a lot that screwed over the Tohoku region of Japan, North Star forever.
North Star forever.
North Star forever.
North Star forever.
The council has spoken.
Ikum bokum. Anyway, that's a throwback. So, the Meiji Restoration in its own right was prompted by Western influence. And amongst that Western influence was also the talk of state religion. Which, gross.
Mm-hmm.
And so, because Emperor Meiji and whoever was actually holding his puppet strings at that time. Cora, are you salty?
Mm,
What gave you that idea?
mm.
The pickle juice.
What made you think that?
So, they said to themselves, all right, so we're going to follow the example of other people and make a state religion. This terrible mistake led to the context of Jinja Honcho.
You could make a religion out of that. No, don't.
You did. They did.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't have.
They made state Shinto, and then the American occupation banned state Shinto. So the people who had formerly comprised the leadership of state Shinto said, "All right, we're Jinja Honcho now."
hmm Thank you for actually clarifying that, because that is my bad. This is why I hang out with Nairi. She's the smart person. I'm just funny talkative.
So this was a centralized religion. This was another state religion, effectively,
Yes.
Yeah.
called
Yeah.
Jinja Honcho,
Yes.
Well,
and the leader of it was the head honcho.
Funny
Honcho in
thing.
that context actually is a loanword from Japanese.
So I'm
A loanword from
Look,
Japanese
look.
in Japanese.
look.
Yeah.
I was saying that halfway, expecting this to be another. I'm glad the arrows sticking out of their back are period appropriate. Like something I'm saying as a fucking goof, and it's like, well, actually,
And again, well, actually, yes. Honcho is a Japanese word.
motherfucker.
But so I cannot describe accurately the bile in my heart towards state Shinto and its successor Jinja Honcho.
Yeah, really. State Shinto took a diverse group of faiths and practices and sort of collapsed them into one and went, what if this all justified nationalism and empire?
As you do.
Right?
It was in the style at the time.
I mean,
Yeah.
literally,
To draw
Manifest Destiny.
to draw a historical parallel, basically what the Roman Empire did with Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Or I have to bring up like Manifest Destiny and
Yeah.
some Christian sects
Oh, yeah.
using
Oh,
the
yeah.
mark of Cain to justify slavery.
Mm-hmm.
In state Shinto, the parallel concept there is Hakko Ichiyu, the 8 corners under one roof.
I want to divert extremely quickly for something inconsequential, and that is, Banshee Strikes. That's a Markatoto emote. I recognize that, friend.
Hey, Paula,
Hey, Paula.
Hey.
we're talking about the Meiji Restoration
What up, donk? I should
And
probably
how
never
it-
say what up.
and how it fucked over Shinto.
So, yeah.
Like, this is not
So-
even talking about. Well, sorry.
So that's something that, like, if you know, as practitioners today, you know, we need to reckon with, because that is part of the, regardless of your particular faith affiliation or shrine affiliation within modern Shinto, that is a legacy of Shinto since 1868 that you need to reckon with.
And
You
I'm
know,
also
a
gonna.
tori may be comforting to, you know, Cora or me, but it's going to be horrifying to other people, depending on, you know, what their family history is there. So
Well, yeah, like. Let's Ask Shogo also brings up is also a good channel if you want to like just deep dive into cute little what about this kind of cultural stuff.
Mhm.
Oh wait, I need to just appreciate this. The monkeys are probably the funniest of the brush gods.
Oh yes.
so we have a show, we have a symbol, and a symbol is running off.
A symbol of what?
So, but
What
like
are those symbols on the symbols? Sorry.
Are you though?
No.
Okay. Like, that's something that you have to grapple with, folks.
Yeah,
Like,
Jax
even
is never
for-
sorry.
Well, going back to station, for fuck's sake. Like, I am more than fully welcome to say, yeah, please go into this and read up on it. If it calls to you, here are some resources. And again, I'm going to link resources into the chat because I am mentioning
Please.
the resources. The bag is not a hat. Wait, the bag is a hat. No,
La bolsa no es un sombrero.
What
What?
if he? Mr. Regular joke.
Oh. Let me get that for you, Cora. Doop.
I already did.
You did it wrong.
Okay. Anyway,
I have a button to do it for me.
nice. But so, how? And we're not even going to talk about like the justifications for imperialism. We're not. Well, okay, we did talk about the justifications of imperialism. We did talk about the horrors that it had wrought, vaguely, but also in context. The Meiji Revolution, the Meiji Restoration, depending on whose side of the argument you're on.
Mhm.
Let me be quite clear with you, Chad. If you side with the Meiji Restoration side of it, I will fight you. But the Meiji Revolution also forcefully divorced Buddhism from Shinto. And I'm gonna point out, Nairis and my Ujigami are like intrinsically tied to Buddhism. And I hope I'm not like overstepping a boundary by saying that, Nairi.
No, not at all. Not at
Hey,
all.
we-
You're spot on. You're
Hey, we got
spot
the hook shot.
Nice.
And I'm gonna be real here. That was a mistake. Like, there were multiple sect of Shinto that had Buddhist influences, Buddhist outright practices. In fact, one of the links in our resources here is to Konko churches of North America, and Konko is a very Buddhist Shinto amalgamate. Girl shall know amalgamation, and I don't think that's wrong to say that.
It
Yeah.
preserved an older way of doing things.
And that's how that is. And side note, on a little more of a lighthearted issue within State Shinto and Inari Taisha. So Inari Taisha's use of Goshintai or divine vessels is interesting. Okay? And the reason why I bring this up is because Inari Taisha is more than willing to give you a Goshintai for like an offering kind of thing. Air quotes. But you have to be serious about it, so on and so forth. There has to be some application process involved in that. I don't know the full details. Talk to Gary.
Hmm.
But the thing was, this is something that predates the Meiji Revolution. Also, it's easier to get over there once you hook shelf your shot over. And that said, because it predates the Meiji Revolution, State Shinto said, please stop doing this. In fact, we're going to make it illegal for you to do this.
Now, the Meiji Revolution and the Meiji Restoration, are these two separate
Same
things?
thing. Same
Same
thing.
thing, different
They're the
names.
Same thing.
Okay.
It's just that I am very much on the side of the Northern Alliance, the Japanese Northern Alliance.
Yes, not the Afghan one.
But the Japanese Northern Alliance and how that looks at the Meiji Restoration as rather Meiji Revolution. And we'll get into that a bit later, maybe in your stream. I don't know.
I mean, if you'd like to go into greater detail in one of my streams, that's cool.
I would be so down for that. But first,
In fact, yeah. Let's talk off this stream about that because I have some ideas.
Oh, wait, shush. This is like one of the best pieces in the goddamn game.
Huh. Hey, do you hear the viewer?
Yeah.
So anyway.
So anyway.
Council has spoken.
Anyway, Jax and Vera are probably familiar from this song because I've used this in the Exalted games.
Oh yes.
And it is the right amount of spooky. So, State Shinto banned this practice that Inari Taisha did, and Inari Taisha said, "Yeah, no, we're just gonna keep on doing this." And State Shinto effectively said, "Could you not?" "Sorry, no can do." And so they finally just kind of threw up their arms and said, "Fine, I guess." This is comically over-exaggeration, but still. Oh god, just... B1 music is amazing.
Yeah.
That says continuing.
Ooh.
It's a checkpoint.
Oh.
Oh, arachnophobia warning, chat.
Oh, geez. Spooky spooders.
I already see the spider webs.
This cutscene's amazing, by the way.
Holy shit.
Okay, so Vera, another wolf fact that we need verified. Do wolves have coyote time? This game would say yes, but this game also says that wolves bark, so...
I mean, it is known to happen, but not this often. Not generally like this.
Also, I'm glad that there's no butthole edit for this game.
You like the realism, huh?
No, I just find it... I find the context of... There's something organic to showing everything.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yes, this is a part of the wolf, and we're not going to pretend otherwise.
Isn't you're a dipshit?
Oh great, you woke it up.
This was, what, 2003 originally? So Matrix is all the rage still.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I also want to point that out that the Matrix, pulled a lot of inspiration from anime, and then this is now riffing back on the Matrix, which I just find delightful.
I mean, anime and Western animation have had a long history of, having this cultural back and forth going on.
Oh, Mela has asked a question. Do wolves have beans? Vera?
Yes.
Okay. There's another wolf fact.
Again, folks, just a gentle reminder that I am a poet, and I have actually noticed that some people have left my poetry channel again. Please
no.
follow me.
Aw.
Please follow Cora. Her poems are amazing.
I can't confirm. Please follow her.
Yeah, Cora does good shit.
Also, I just like the boss design. I love everything about this game.
Oh yeah.
It's extremely good.
Folks, for my streaming, for my podcasting, for my Patreon, etc., you can find all of that via the link tree I am about to post.
It definitely calls to mind The Ring, almost.
Well, yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Very different creature, but I can see what you're going at. Yeah.
Yeah, like, not body as a whole, but like some of the aesthetic choices.
Well, the hair and everything.
Mhm.
Also has some similarity to the spider creature from Onimushka, which I
Mm.
recently played on.
Yeah,
PC.
I'm trying to think of the name for it.
Something Kumo, like Tsuchigumo maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
Get another one. But
Tsuchigumo, yeah.
Swoops, swoops, swoops. Huh, that didn't hurt too bad. Or maybe it's all?
no, it hurt.
Oh.
The health bar system's a little weird in this game.
Oh, yeah. Oops. Missed that. Well, you missed that one. Try another.
Like the face and the hair remind me more of an Onyo, which is also the in turn what the antagonist in The Ring is based off of.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Which isn't that like a type of yure? Nari?
Yurei? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
You thinking like Onryo is in Vengeful Ghost?
Yeah.
Now, which kind of Yuri? Because there's a kind of Yuri that I can think of, and it's probably not what you're referring to here.
Oh, are you thinking of Yuri
Like on ice.
on Ice? Yuri on Ice, which has a distressing lack of lesbians despite its title.
I know.
Right?
Ah, yes, it's like the Wolf of Wall Street.
No wolves.
Did not contain any wolves. Disappointing.
False advertising.
So no,
Turn me
it
into
is
the
not
Joker.
Yuri as in the lesbian anime. It's Yurei.
Please,
Yeah.
lesbanime. Lesbianime.
Lesbanime, if you
Lesbianime. There.
Yurikuma Arashi.
I just watched Yurikuma Arashi yesterday, and I am confused.
I mean,
But-
it's from the guy who did Revolutionary Girl Utena.
I can see it. Yeah.
I am out of the loop.
It Do you want to be in the loop?
Yurikuma Arashi.
You know what? Sure.
Yurikuma Arashi. How can I describe it?
Lesbian
Imagine-
shitposting involving bears.
Lesbian shitposting involving bears, but the bears are also girls who want to eat the human girls. Eat in what sense, you might ask? The answer is
Yes.
yes.
Interesting.
Interesting.
So, the translation of Yurikuma Arashi is literally just lesbian bear storm.
Yes.
That fucking rules. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is confusing. It is trying to say something. I don't know quite what it is, but maybe we'll watch it, Nairi, and we'll get it on the Plex server, and we'll all just go, the fuck am I looking at?
Oh god.
Nancy Straight says, well, not straight to the point, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obligatory joke is obligatory.
Oh, but like... Oh, hey, good job.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
You.
Now,
Also, if y'all excuse me, I need to go see an emperor about restoration.
How many restorations are we having this stream? God damn.
Too many.
right?
I mean, someone hydrate stormed us.
Right.
That's
right.
fair.
But, like, okay, I guess, like... I had a thought here. Oh, Yurei. Right,
Team
ghosts.
Retro Fox is rating with a party of 5.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
hey!
hey, Team Retro Fox, Party of 5, welcome, welcome. Good to see you all. What were you all streaming today? I think it might have been a Dyson Sphere program for them, a day for them. Oh, the forest, of course, of course. Yes, yes, yes. Nice. Me and Sleep played the heck out of that game when it was still in early access. I think shortly before it hit 1.0. We had a really nice base just right at the top of a cliff. Very defensible.
Oh, that's what I'm bringing up. Criminy. You ever just had, like, several thoughts and you're just like, wait, I'm trying to, like, get one out,
Yeah.
right? I will be
Yeah.
right back.
Is this another restoration thing?
I am not sure, but
Well,
yeah. So this dog. Note the patchy, sort of lighter fur on the back, vaguely in the pattern of a plum blossom.
oh
Dog's
yeah.
The dog's name is Ume. Ume is plum.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Did you finally get one of your thoughts out?
Well, yes, but I was looking for some books off my shelf because I am a nerd.
True.
And that's why we love you, friend.
So, like, some other places that you can, if you want to, like, support some books and everything, and you want, like, books on yokai and yurei,
Yes.
I can honestly suggest these books because they've been just real fun for me.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the same author has a book about yokai cats called Kaibyo.
I think so.
Yokai Attack, Japanese Monster Survival. Is this like those survival handbook kind of things that I saw around for a while?
In the same
I'm
vein,
back.
it's kind of it's kind of in the same way. I ended up picking these up from Kinokuniya. Ah, I live in the Seattle area. I study Japanese. I go to Uajimaya. I shop at H Mart. I should be able to remember how to pronounce some of the damn language, right? Kinokuniya.
So Kinokuniya is named after the province that its founder came from. Ki province, Kinokuni. So
Which-
ya is the suffix for store. So Kinokuniya.
Wait, does that mean that Ni no Kuni is a fucking pun?
Yes.
Yes.
Good.
Assume it is a pun unless specified otherwise, I would say.
I mean, fair, actually. Yeah, the forest, sorry, I shouldn't just go, you're talking about some cool shit. But anyway, the forest.
So, like,
I mean-
with Kino... Well, okay. I got these books from Kinokuniya. Great bookstore. I can recommend it. But what I'm also going to tell you on the same end here is that I have read these back to back, and they are really useful. This is all... The Yurei attack, Nairi, is also where I found out about the... doing a visit to a shrine at the Hour of the Ox.
Aha.
So, fun stuff.
Yeah.
Also, sometimes things of... Some yokai are ghosts, some ghosts are yokai. It's complicated. These distinctions are weird, okay?
Some yosts,
yokai are kami.
some yosts are gokai.
Another place that I can also recommend to everyone here is a online site. If you're really interested in like yokai and stuff of that nature, yokaiattack.com. No, just yokai.com.
Yes.
These guys are good. Oh, hey, are you ready for quick time events, Jax?
Oh boy.
Hey.
Anyway, anyone coming from Team Retrofox, if you don't follow us and you aren't aware what the heck you've just been raided into, this is Girl Stream Team. Our usual host, my other half, Sleet, is on vacation, so I've got some friends in to do guest hosts, and we're currently...
Indeed.
Yeah, we're doing Ōkami and talking Shinto and Japanese history and such.
And Japanese folklore.
Yeah, and folklore. And I would absolutely be delighted if you would care to follow us here at Girl Stream Team for our, ridiculous shit done by a couple of trans girls.
And hi, again, my name is Cora Blackheart, also known as Zoe Tanner, also known as Dandelion Queen.
Dang.
I am the team resident poet here. I am going to just post that thing again in here. This is my link tree. I really love writing poetry. Please follow me to get more poetry. If you want a sample of this right now, I can definitely give you a haiku. I drink strong coffee. Perhaps to our augustness, the drink will be well shared. The drink be well shared. Quick time events, yeah.
Ah, yes, quick time events.
So you are basically using the vine hook shot to
Oh, yeah.
hook. Mhm.
Yep, there we go. No, I completely missed the first one there. Okay. That
Smoking-
seems false, but...
Remember, it smokes when it connects.
Okay, you gotta get that good green skunk smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Switch approved herbs.
Mm-hmm. Like oregano? I don't get it.
Spicy oregano.
Oh. Can't believe you gave me the spicy oregano. Me, a white person. How could you?
Oh, please, Jax, you would eat up India. You would eat up good vegetarian curry. Don't lie to me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, but, you know.
Yeah.
For the bit.
I mean, you're not British.
Thankfully not, I'm Scottish, which doesn't count. And, like... Oh, fuck. Did it again.
Get. There you go.
I remember this part being fun. I mean, it's...
Well, there's certain values of fun.
Yeah.
What about fun?
I don't want to come out here and just come for your throat and say, well, you remember wrong, but the camera angle's certainly making this more difficult than it has any right to be. Jesus.
Christ.
Also, the fact I'm bad at video games is not helping. There we go. There we go.
There you go.
Finally.
Oh. Okay, fun as in giant inverted commas. Understandable. Funderstandable. Well, bridge is done.
I generally say fun as in like fun with a ph, like a balance.
Oh, and like fish.
Fun in the Dwarf Fortress sense.
No, fun as in fish. So it's just a bunch of noodling about.
Nah.
First try.
Better than so. I originally played this game on the Wii.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no.
I do have a copy of this for the Wii. This is... let's see. I played it briefly on PS2, but never owned it. New bridge just dropped.
Okay, you get a cookie.
Banshee Strike's a good one.
I played it briefly on PS2, enjoyed it. Played it briefly on the Wii and got super distracted by something shiny, as I basically do all the goddamn time, and never finished it. And now I've bought it on this, and I'm playing it for y'all's delight. This being my PC. Oh,
yeah.
that's a shame, though.
Oh, Nairi.
Yes.
Fun fact about Xylots.
They're a coyote?
They're also an Aikidoka.
Gesundheit.
Huh.
Oh, that's my prior martial arts affiliation right there.
Aikidoka, well, practitioner of Aikido.
Yeah.
That's a Dollop Days emote, that is. I know that one anywhere. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
And Aikido honestly has a lot of influence from Shinto, because Morihei Ueshiba. I don't know how to feel about him.
I have complicated feelings about him, as well as the way that a lot of the Aikidoka that I have known in my life have been kind of culty about him.
Well,
Yeah.
well,
Including some people that we both know.
Well, quick, just decide on a simple and short opinion on them real quick, because that's what people will remember.
If I have to be honest, I find that his book, The Art of Peace, is a very good bit of philosophy. I also want to point out that he developed a lot of his viewpoints during Imperial Japan. And a lot of Aikidoka do kind of... How do I want to put that?
While you
How do I
think
wanna
about that, I just want to ask, Nairi, is that face made out of kanji?
Actually, I know.
Hiragana.
Yeah,
Hiragana. Ah.
it's also known as Hino Hino Moheji after the hiragana it's made out of.
Oh.
It's literally just a placeholder face, really.
So this is early emoji.
Yeah. But like, And Nari, you bring up a very good point about like how most Aikidoga are about him because they get really up their own ass.
Yeah, and that's what drove me out of martial arts in general after a while. Was way too many wannabe samurai who were up their own asses. Way too many wannabe samurai, too much toxic masculinity. In the end, like, why aren't you just shutting up and training? Really,
That
really,
sucks.
like, come on. And really, some people get so far up their own asses about Aikido that they forget that it is supposed to have practical application, and they sort of like they half-ass their technique, and it's like, you're leaving yourself wide open there.
Mm-hmm.
Just because Ueshiba, in his old age, when he was captured on film, just because Ueshiba in his old age did things slowly and wide open, doesn't mean that you have to do them that way.
Well, like, I'm also gonna point it out, like, coming from a. I actually come from an interesting intersection of this here because a lot of my first introduction to Aikido was through Xylets. And Xylets taught me a lot of like kind of the pigeon bits of Aikido while I was learning things like Kempo Karate and Tai Chi.
Mhm.
And as such, we sparred. And Xylets actually started to have to realize I'm leaving myself wide open because now here I am coming in with 3 jabs while they're trying to just find a way to get me in a lock. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And it was good for both of us because eventually they started getting me into standing locks and I had to figure out how to get out of them. And on that end, after some time, after moving out of Ogden into West Valley, Xylitz and I said, what if we actually tried this style? We ended up finding that there was a Hapkido teacher at the community center. And the basics is that Hapkido is an interesting byproduct of what happens when cross-cultural pollination of martial arts happens. The Hapkido is Korean, but it is also a student. It was also founded by a student of Morihei Ueshiba's, and it got into this interesting. It was interesting for me to learn that and how very direct it was compared to me sitting on a few of Xyletz's classes.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to, and I hope they're not in the chat because I do care about Xylitz, and their sensei is a lovely woman, but at the same time,
They are not.
It's our friend. Clownman.
hey Ishiwaka, you bastard!
Budget
Waka, the God's gift to man is here. Bonjour.
Dollar Store Kefka is here.
Now, you
With apologies to
note
any Frenchmen watching.
note the geta that he's wearing.
The very tall
those are-
shoes.
Yeah, those are specifically Tengu geta. So
Mhm.
the crow hat that he's got on, those guys wear those kinds of shoes.
Yeah. I also kind of want a pair of them. If for no other reason than just to say, yes, I walk like a crow.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
Now, here's another question. In Japan, do people's heads typically move like that when they speak?
No.
Okay,
No.
okay. More of a Canadian thing then.
I know what you're referring to when I hate it.
I'm sorry.
I'm reminded of the joke in Red vs. Blue season 5, So Red versus Blue, for those who may not recall, was this very long-running series of made out of by filming sessions of Halo and then voicing it over. But the characters would talk, quote unquote, talk by moving their heads up and down. And there's this one bit where the one team is watching the other one through a video monitor, and it's on mute, and all they can see are their heads going up and down. So the sergeant of the team that's watching goes, "Is that how they talk? They look ridiculous."
Excellent. God, Red versus Blue goes way back. Huh? I remember, they had a wild method of hosting that way back in dinosaur times.
When dinosaurs roamed the earth.
Like they would have like a rotating selection of episodes up on their website, and I think you could get their full archive by subscribing. But it was all, download a video file. It wasn't any web players or anything, because this was even... I think even back before YouTube was really a big thing.
Yeah.
I think YouTube...
They hosted them themselves.
I don't think YouTube existed when early Red vs. Blue was happening.
Yeah,
I
no.
remember when early Red vs. Blue was happening, and the YouTube did not exist yet. Yeah.
YouTube was founded in like 2005, and even then it took until 2006 to catch on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, common misconception, but people's heads only move like that when they speak when their husbandry is inadequate.
And at that, I'm gonna grab myself a drink. What the?
Okay.
Then she strikes you a delight. Oh, we're gonna fight this guy again. So, apparently, I should maybe relate this when Korra gets back, but I've started now, so I'll finish. Apparently, Kiryu from Yakuza fame, the Dragon of Dojima himself, is going to be a guest character in, I think it's the Super Monkey Ball mobile game. So you can play Super Monkey Ball, but with the Dragon of Dojima. And what I want to know is, does this make him a Dragon Ball? Thank you. I was terrified. I was like, oh, is everyone... everyone's quiet. Has everyone gone to get a drink?
No, I'm still here, just...
That was bad.
Yeah, Park. No.
Yeah,
I had myself muted as all, and I couldn't reach and type unmute.
Like, I am not joking about Kiryu being in Super Monkey Ball. It's a Monkey Ball title I'm not familiar with, so I'm just sort of assuming it's a mobile title.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's Korra back?
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, Les.
You missed a good
Hey.
joke.
What was the joke?
Basically, Kiryu of Yakuza fame is in Monkey Ball, Dragon of Dojima. Does this make him a Dragon Ball? There we go. There's the joke. Collect him and you can get a wish.
Dude, my wish would be to be with a man like Kiryu. Man can get it.
Yeah.
Kiryu-chan.
Kiryu-chan.
I mean, I know he's in a bisexual polyamorous relationship with Majima and his wife, but
Yeah, honestly, I figured you more of the type for Majima, but there we are.
I relate to Majima. I do not find him attractive. Well, I do find him attractive, but I relate to Majima.
That's fair.
You relate
Okay.
to him more than you're into him.
Yes.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I see that.
Because I will pop out of anywhere and just say, "Sup, bitch?"
It's the Korra Anywhere system.
It's terrifying.
Mm-hmm. Just popped right out of my toilet one day, scared the living daylights out of me.
Kicks door down. So anyway,
Korra, there's a pandemic! How did you get across the border? Why do you keep doing this?
Don't worry about that.
Have you eaten?
Oh, thank you for offering. I would actually like some veggie egg rolls, please.
Crying sounds. Crying and frying egg roll sounds.
so yeah, we talked a little bit about Aikido there.
Mhm.
Aikido and a number of Japanese martial arts trace their lineage to figures like this. You know, they're like way back in their lore, they'll say that the first receiver of this tradition received it from a tengu on Mount Kurama or whatever. And it's like, okay, fine, but like everybody has one of those. This is not particularly unique.
You've got a technique that you got taught by a Tengu on Mount whatever. Yeah, whatever. Big deal,
Yeah,
who
whatever.
cares?
It's like, oh yeah, well, you know, the goddess Hachiman herself taught me how to shoot arrows. So,
What do you do with it now?
what do you do with it now? What does it mean?
Mhm.
And really, I want to use that as a way of highlighting something that I think merits mention here. Amidst this game where the supernatural and the mundane are sort of like blurring into each other.
Mhm.
Shinto does not have dogma. It does not have like a hard theology
Then
the way that a Christianity or an Islam would.
Then how do you
Let me-
explain this?
Well-
But please, so Cora, please pick up from there.
So, well, I was gonna make a joke. Shinto doesn't have dogma, but sometimes it does have karma.
Yes, it does, depending on.
Does
and if
does
it's-
Shinto
and-
have Ligma?
Okay, look, are we going to have to talk about the Kanamara Matsuri? Because if we're going to have to talk about the Kanamara Matsuri, I will.
Wait, what does that have to do with Steve Jobs?
Well, Ligma is that's the current iteration of Bofa, isn't it?
Yes.
Pretty much.
Okay, so there's this festival that a lot of people have like seen photos of, I'm sure.
Oh, right. Go ahead. I realize.
Basically, we don't want to aggrieve the Jeff Bezos, but
They parade
you know,
palaces.
Imagine.
Is this the parading palaces one?
Yes, it's the Dong House on legs. You know, so you you say Ligma, but there is in fact.
But it does have Bofa, is what you're saying.
It does have Bofa. In fact, I visited a shrine in Nara in 2005 that was called the Akachichi Jinja, Red Boob Shrine.
Why are they red?
Well, I can't remember which is which because they're in a well, unsurprisingly, they're in a pair. But there's Akachichi Jinja and Shirochichi Jinja, so red boob, white boob shrine.
Okay.
And if I remember correctly, red boob shrine is for the health of women above the waist, And white boob shrine is for the health of women below the waist, so you usually pray at them together.
Okay.
But anyway, but I was saying, like, Shinto does not have dogma per se. What it has are rules of practice, but there is no there isn't like a hard and fast theology the way there would be for Western religions. And I feel like this is lost on some people because it's very a decent number of people know that Shinto doesn't have dogma, it doesn't have theology, so they take that to mean that it doesn't have rules at all,
which is
this
incorrect.
could not be further from the case.
Now, I'd understood theology to be the study of religion rather than necessarily a religious doctrine in its own right. Is that not quite right?
I feel like the term is applicable either way.
I see.
Well, like, it's... Yeah, no, I'm just gonna let that one go with what Nairi said there, because I don't think I could say it better.
Because, I mean, there's obviously some form of study of... Well, I mean, honestly, at this point I'm splitting hairs over the definition of theology, so you're not saying that there is no study of Shinto as a religion, because obviously otherwise we wouldn't be talking about it.
Right, exactly.
I mean, honestly, even building off that, like, one of the things that I do also just want to say, and this is also segueing into Nairi's and my project that we're going to be talking about here, please help me remember how to pronounce this goddamn thing.
Clara.
Clara. One of these days I will get it! But one of the things that I actually ended up bemoaning to Nairi was I really don't like the fact that I have to just go out of my way to read a doctoral thesis to get any... I had to go out of my way, purchase a doctoral thesis that has been published into a book by the Hawaii Press and say, hey, I want to learn about Onari Ōkami and Inari Taisha. Because that's a thing.
Yeah, it's very much locked behind not only paywalls but also there's this barrier of there's not enough people who talk about this stuff in an accessible manner, and the people who do talk about it are like tenured professors.
Not
and
only
if you've heard my rants on my streams, you'll know that the kind of research that gets done anymore is more and more restricted because there's less and less that actually will get people tenure, with the result that everybody suffers.
Hmm.
And that's a shame. That is literally a crying shame. This is also why Nairi and I are talking about starting up Clara. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right.
You are pronouncing it correctly. Clara
good.
Clara is the Western scientific name for the plant known in Japanese as sakaki. You have seen in this game, as Jax has been playing through, sakaki, whenever we get to a save mirror, the plants that are on either side of the save mirror are sakaki.
Mm-hmm.
And so we are doing this project, Clara, where we are going to be having conversations, but doing introductory stuff, but also interviewing people and doing all manner of things that are going to be aimed at bringing more of this knowledge in an accessible manner to a greater number of English-speaking people.
Because let's also be frank here, there is actually a bunch of Anglosphere Shintoists.
Yeah, there are a lot of us, and not nearly enough of us who are working on organizing and building each other up.
And on top of that, some of us don't really just have the money to start our own coal. Gary!
Also, maybe a cat? Yeah, absolutely. I had absolutely blanked on how gorgeous this is. This is the HD remake that came out in 2017 in particular, so it's
And it
extra
hasn't
shiny.
aged a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things, like, Wind Waker didn't need too much polish to make it look as good as it does in the HD remaster, and equally, Ōkami didn't need a lot. It just basically needed some textures upscaled and some small niceties here and there.
Yeah.
The strength of having a strong graphical style and sticking to it.
Also, like, I forgot where I was going with this.
Oh, about accessibility and there's a lot of us and
Right, right.
needing to organize. Yeah.
Like, I really, really, really feel strongly about this faith. Then again, I've kind of gone into some of my reasoning for it because I was raised to believe in faith and everything like that, and though the faith has changed, the need and want for belief still is there. Try a bomb.
Oh, yep. That was going to be my next bet.
When in doubt, demolitions. But
Cursed. Big cursed. Very cursed. Probably actually cursed.
well, you saw how creepy she looked,
Yeah, she had a backpack full of curses.
and a set of scissors in her hair.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I also want to point out that there's not only just the language barrier thing, but also an
Exoticization.
Thank you, an exoticization barrier. And that's
Yeah.
bad, folks. That's just bad.
Like, the more that you learn about other cultures, the more that you see that
oh,
people is people
Jax,
the world over.
don't worry about the dog. There are tigers over by that bunch of sand.
I do want to check out the tigers, but I also do want to check out the dog. There we go.
Also, this is one of my favorite overworld parts of Ōkami because there are tigers and foxes in this valley, and guess what some of my favorite animals are, folks?
Platypus. Harry
No.
the platypus.
No, other way.
These look like tigers.
Those are moles!
Sorry, my eyesight isn't so good.
Ah! Snap!
Maybe change your gang name. That's one letter away from being really fucking terrible.
What do? They keep notes in a moleskin journal.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Also, fuck Moleskin as a company. Their paper sucks.
Yep. The only reason I have several moleskins is because, well, company I was part of kept buying other companies, and those companies all had their own stock of company-branded moleskins. So I just grabbed a few of them. Because, what the fuck, why not? Fancy journal.
Also, like, I want to bring this up again here that like Shinto has a huge emphasis on nature worship, and I don't think that's unfair of me to say that, Nyreen.
No, that's valid. I think that's a good assessment.
They're immune to ink magic.
Oh.
There are. I mean, again, as we've been saying, the spirits of Turtle Island are not the not the gods of Japan, and yet at the same time, I, as a Shintoist, cannot help but be in awe in a spiritual sense, be profoundly spiritually moved when I stand before a waterfall or a river, or stand in a particularly thick forest here. This is something that I think is one of the ways that I try to do, and I try to find that comfort so very, very far away from the nearest shrine, is finding it in nature.
And again, this is why I say, like, try to learn the local names, the First Nations names of the natural places of beauty.
Yeah.
And the one thing I do regret is not doing that in Utah. Like, I'm making that up because I'm living near Mount Rainier, which is what it's called by American colonizers, and I call it Tahoma, which is one of the myriad of names for the First Nations people, for the different First Nations people who've seen that mountain, felt inspired by it, and gave it a name.
There are a number of different peoples who lived and live where in the area
Other way,
that I
Jax.
live now.
Other way to deliver the teacup.
But the one that I've felt like I should focus on is Seneca. So I'm trying to learn a little bit of Seneca so that when I'm in these places, I can
Not through the cave, Jax.
so that I can offer some words of thanks in Seneca. As an Armenian, I feel very strongly about this because my people's land was colonized by the Turks, and one of the things the Turks made a point of doing was erasing our names for those places. And something that people, family and friends who I have known who visited the old lands have said is that there's something surreal about speaking those places' names in those places when they visited. To call what the Turks call Elazığ, to call it Harpert, to be standing there and call it Harpert. It's like the earth remembers. So it's important to me. It's important to me to do this because as an Armenian, I feel very strongly about it with the lands that my people come from. So I feel like I need to do my part, living in these lands as a stranger. To do what I wish to do what I wish that conscientious Turks would do in the land of my people.
But that's just things that I think, like, if you are in any context animistic pagan, you should try to do.
Yeah. And I think that something that I have watched with some concern is people who fancy themselves Shintoist, who will not understand that you can't force these different things together, and will say enshrine a local spirit in Japanese style. There is somebody in Washington State who has done this, who really ought to know better, in my opinion.
And his name is Reverend Barish.
The gods
Yeah.
are not Voltron. You can't do it like that.
You can't do it well. Also, like what can I compare it like to drive the point home here? You know, it would be like, so I'm Armenian and I grew up with Arabic coffee. Make it into jezva and you pour it out into the little demitas cups. If somebody made as if to offer me the coffee of my people, but instead was like pouring nos into demitas cups, or was like, I don't know, it's like
I have a better example of that, actually.
Please.
So again, using the Arabic coffee, and I'm going to point this out because, god damn, dude, this make me upset. I'm talking to this. I'm at this coffee place, and it's a pretty okay coffee place. It's called, but they offer on the thing. Oh yeah, we do Arabic coffee. It's like, oh really? Where's your Ibra? And the person looked like I was talking in tongues. And it's like, you're shit. And so I go through a small list of names. I show a picture. It's like, oh, we don't use that. And I'm like, and it's Arabic coffee?
Yeah.
That's not Arabic coffee, my guy.
Yeah.
What?
You can't make it without the appropriate instruments.
What is the appropriate instrument? What did you call it?
Ibrik.
An ibrik or a jezve. It's this it's like this little pot with a long handle, and it can come in various sizes. And you measure out water by the demitas worth, and you put it in and you boil it that way.
A short spout and a long handle.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
It's also really good.
So yeah, it's like you don't do this, but there are people in the U.S. in a number of different places who have taken it upon themselves to enshrine local deities, local spirits, in the Japanese fashion, and there's so much layers of like colonialism and nonsense tied up in that it's like, where do I even begin? Really?
And again, just to clarify, because we did talk about the Hawaii Shrine earlier, there's a difference between like enshrining the soul of a person and enshrining native gods as
Yeah.
Shinto divinities.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
It's gross.
don't do that. That was something that the Empire tried to do, like in the pre-World War II days. They tried to do in Taiwan and Korea and elsewhere, and it's gross. Don't do it.
It harkens back to gross imperialistic standards that are still sadly in practice today within the US
Yep.
So what
and
would...
Canada.
Absolutely. So what would enshrining... okay, you're saying that enshrining a local spirit in the Japanese fashion is a no-no.
Yeah.
What would be the local fashion for that?
So, oh boy.
Well, you ask the people whose deity it is or whose land it is. How do they do it? And you don't do it; they do it.
You go and visit. You listen. You pay your respects.
And
Yeah.
when they enshrined Thomas Edison and Tesla and
Oh,
such...
that's not North America though.
I know, that's... Hang on, I'm just trying to figure out the order of what's good and what's not here. So, like,
Well,
foreign spirit, but on Japanese soil, you can use the Japanese method? Question mark?
So the thing is, we were again talking about like enshrining a person is different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the context is like within some concept of Shinto, there are things called mitama.
A person's soul.
Mhm.
Basically.
Everyone has one. It's your soul. That's it. For example, and I'm going to have to wash my mouth out to use this full eponym, so on and so forth. This particular divine that is associated with Onari Ōkami is Uka no Mitama no Ōkami. The soul of Uka, the Ōkami. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
This divinity, this person named Uka, is Onari Ōkami for practical purposes, let's say. Oh hey, the Sparrow Clan!
You got my
Oh boy.
I've actually been meaning to ask you about this, Nairi, because
Oh my god, sparrows in bamboo.
yes, yes. It gets better because the boss is a one-eyed sparrow.
Oh, they're just laying it on thick here. They knew I was coming.
I don't understand what's going on, but I'm glad that y'all are happy.
We'll
We'll get to
explain
it.
after the cutscene because it's kind of hilarious.
Yeah.
As I try to whistle the sparrow dance here.
Oh, actually, don't whistle. Listen, they might actually be doing something here for it. This is ridiculous, and I love it.
Oh, seriously?
I thought it was.
Oh, seriously? Oh,
It's-
come on.
Isn't it a rendition of the Sparrow Dance?
This is... Okay. Sure. How's that drunk sitting up again, eh, old man?
There he goes.
Do you want to take it, or do you want me to?
Can't see me, but I'm dancing. Anyway, hi. Have strong feelings about this. Yeah. So,
So, to me, an idiot, that was weird. There sure were some sparrows. That's quirky. Haha,
Yeah.
video games sure are fun.
yes, they are.
Now, would you care to give a more nuanced take?
So sparrows. In Japanese history, sparrows in bamboo is a term and also a crest that evokes the house Date of Sendai.
Oh,
And so my
Yeah.
guys up north.
so
Goddamn.
that was Date Masamune's persona there.
That was not only that. Date Masamune himself had one eye.
Mm-hmm.
Also, for chat's sake, the second link is actually the Date clan Mon,
Yes.
which is also sparrows in bamboo.
Yes. So
And I've been meaning to ask you that, Nairi, and I'm sorry.
So, the sparrows, the sparrows in bamboo. This game has given us an entire map, an entire area that is just like in a forest of bamboo sparrows, and their leader is a one-eyed sparrow. Now, I am going to put a forensic. I'm going to put an image of the forensic reconstruction in the chat here.
Come again? I was also wondering if they did a rendition of the Sparrows dance for their theme.
I'm learning a lot tonight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna retain very little of it, I'm afraid, but...
A one-eyed sparrow, in a forest of bamboo. Where have I heard this before? With his daughter that he's exceedingly proud of, that has gotten into trouble. Yeah. So some of the motions that they were doing there did remind me a little bit of the sparrow dance. So the sparrow dance is a folk dance for which the city of Sendai is known, and it's performed every year during the Alba Festival in the spring. The city basically shuts down, and it's pretty much a civic holiday. But there are these different teams from different schools and neighborhoods and organizations that will make a team, and they will dance the sparrow dance.
Oh, they just have a big old dance-off? That's hella.
There's literally singing and swaying and record playing and dancing in the street.
Oh, hey, birds!
Hey, foxes.
I love how they designed the foxes in this game. They're just so skittish looking.
Oh yeah.
But the sparrow dance itself originates from, the story goes, a spontaneous dance that was done at the party that celebrated the building of the castle walls there in 1603, I think.
Oh, bark near them.
So everybody got rip-roaring drunk on Twitch juice, and they danced this dance that looked like the flapping of sparrow wings.
Ah yes, Twitch-approved rice juice.
Yes, Twitch-approved rice juice, yes.
Distilled what rice juice or regular rice juice?
Regular rice juice.
Got it.
Regular, ordinary rice juice time.
I'm not sure if the distilled kind existed in Japan yet.
Not quite. That kind is potato.
Yeah,
Also,
fair.
real talk.
They sure
Some
are
of my
making
favorite
fox noises.
My favorite yokai stories are kitsune stories. I love them. They're little mischievous gremlins, and they're complete assholes, and it's wonderful. And I know I make a big fuss about oh, but they kill the foxes. It's like, well, at the same time, they deserve it.
Oof.
Gee, I wonder why you'd be into kitsune stories, love.
Glances at Icon.
Big wink at the camera here. WandaVision style. God. I just like cats too. Foxes are forbidden. Cats don't at me. You can come and fight me, Jeff Bezos.
I don't think Jeff Bezos has much of an opinion on whether or not you can pet foxes.
I don't care.
I mean, when he realizes, if he finds a way of making money off of it, he will have an opinion. Am I right?
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
I love that. The Sasa Sanctuary, which is where our XP for Date Masamune and their clan is. The Sasa Sanctuary, which is, only good-hearted people can pass through this gate and enter the sanctuary. How does that tie into everything?
If only. If only.
There are a lot of assholes.
Mhm.
House Date of Sendai was notoriously bad at resolving internal disputes without people stabbing each other.
Hmm.
I love these people. They're just a bunch of gigantic queer dorks. But like, they're really bad. Historically, they have been really bad at resolving disputes without killing each other. Although, what with how notoriously fabulous they tend to be, it should come as no surprise that some of the particularly famous incidents of this have become kabuki.
Also, to point out how fabulous the Date clan has been, hasn't their name just kind of become slang for fabulous?
Correct, because of Masamune himself. The name Date became a synonym for fabulous.
That's fantastic.
And now, if you look it up in the dictionary, it will probably say foppish or dandy, but it's with the connotation of fabulous.
Well, that's also what foppish and dandy meant. Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
hey, more Jizu.
Mhm.
Practicing your hobby while on the job. I wonder what that's like.
Oh, you again.
Yoichi?
I don't think we've met this guy before.
Oh, I have.
Oh, I see.
Go ahead.
Right. So Nasu no Yoichi, whose name is hilarious because Nasu is it's a place name, but Nasu is also a homophone for the word for eggplant. Well, I mean, you're right, but wait for it. So Nasu no Yoichi was an archer in the Genpei Wars, so the wars against the 12th century wars between the Taira and the Minamoto clans in and around Kyoto, and then in and around the coast of Kyushu. And so Nasu no Yoichi would have had a rank in the, I think he was in the city guard in Kyoto, but his affiliation was with the Minamoto, with the Genji clan. So during the fighting, I think at Yashima near what's now Hyogo Prefecture, on the coast, on this inland sea coast, the Taira were evacuating their people to their boats, and there was this person on one of the Taira ships that was like, "Hey, you asshole! I bet you can't hit." Ooh, Buddhist funeral. Buddhist. So, Jax, if you'll hold camera here for a second. So you see the sort of the long wooden stake things in the back.
Mm-hmm.
So the gravestones are in the foreground. The stake things that are behind are funeral sutras.
Oh.
And they're meant to wither away after a certain amount of time.
Hmm.
So it's like literally like you're planting prayers at this person's gravestone.
Okay.
So Nasu no Yoichi, the Taira are evacuating, and Nasu no Yoichi, this Genji warrior, is on horseback, and one of the Taira on the ships goes, "Hey, I bet you can't hit this fan." So they were waving around this fan that had a sun disk on it, and Nasu no Yoichi stood up in his stirrups, knocked an arrow, and prayed to Himekami, to Hachiman Ōkami-sama, my tutelary deity, my Ujigami, for her to help him land the impossible shot. So his shot apparently not only hit the bullseye, not only hit the sun disk on this person's fan, but landed squarely on the post, on like the mast of the ship. So he made like the impossible shot of impossible shots because he invoked the aid of the goddess of battle.
And she was like, yeah, this sounds cool. Let's do this.
You laugh, but that's sometimes how blessings from gods work.
Yeah.
I mean, as with a lot of things I've been saying lately, I'm saying it only with a little bit of jokey jokes.
Like, I remember Nairi talking to me about feeling like she had not only gotten the good side of Mayujigami's attention, but also the wild side of Mayujigami's attention. And it's just, oh,
Ooh, Paula,
Right.
yeah, that's a good point.
Mhm.
We should do that maybe sometime this weekend, if you're free.
but, and I believe the way that you ended up saying it concerning her, the wild side,
Yes.
offering her assistance was because it's funny.
Yes. Yes. Because it's funny.
Like, okay, I have to just talk a bit on that because we can't leave that elephant in the room hanging.
Yeah.
How did you get that elephant up there anyway?
Don't worry.
How
Don't
did you,
worry about that.
Don't worry about it.
How powerfully did you mix those metaphors? God damn.
I'm a poet. I can do this by just batting an eyelash. Don't at me.
Doesn't mean you should.
I'm gonna.
Did you ever think about what would happen if you suspended that elephant?
I did. It was funny.
Okay, third base.
Anyway, Onari Ōkami is a god of many things, amongst which is success. And I personally believe, and this is again Narita by Zoe Tanner, Cora Blackheart, okay? And it's me going, even her wild side, even her angry, rough-natured side is still a god of success. The issue with getting her wild side's attention is that the success will come at you like a hurricane. Change can be good. Change can be wonderful. Change can be a great and powerful force in your life. Change can also be the tower. For tarot nerds out there. Alright, see that Demon's Gate?
No.
Uh,
That one.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, that one.
After you clear this out, you're gonna find a bunch of tigers.
Sweet.
Ah, yes, new friends.
They will also take offense if you pull on their tail.
Oh.
But you can do it.
Why would you curse me with this knowledge?
Nah.
It's gonna happen now.
Hashtag blurs.
Like, I have not been typically using the bite in this video game.
Despite my urging to.
But, like,
Humph is waffer, I loved you.
Yes.
again, who I tend to view as the Uramitama for my Ujigami, and Uramitama, again, being the rough and wild side of the god, is Dakini 10.
Oh, Banshee Strikes, thank you so much for coming around, and, thanks for showing up for so many of the streams lately. I really appreciate that. And, Yeah,
Hey,
it's all,
never a problem, Banshee Strikes. It's
Yeah.
been wonderful having you here.
yeah.
If you
Exactly.
want to just hear more, even just hear like weird poetry, I am gonna drop my stuff in here because please follow me.
She's so lonely. It's so sad.
Yeah. But do have a good night.
Sleep well.
Yeah, take care.
And going back to the Aramitama that's a divinity that's also been known to eat people's hearts. Literally.
Neat.
So, Shinto and like faith is all love and light. Fuck you.
Yeah. No.
Bite the tail. Bite the tail. Bite the tail.
Humph.
You gotta get in front. Yep. Now run! Also bark at them.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
But there's a village that you haven't visited yet, which is up that ramp.
Which room?
So you remember where the Sasa Sanctuary is? That Torii Gate over there,
Yeah.
across the street from it.
Hmm.
Oh, I see. To the south on the map, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Yeah. So this heart-eating divinity heard Nairi's prayer, just like, "Hey, I need some help here," and said, "Okay," and gave Nairi what she wanted. Maybe not in the way that she wanted it, but Nairi got it.
and I'm still getting it. Like I am. Yeah, that's the simplest way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still scrambling to catch up, but I'm trying. And like so the getting into, oh my god.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Ōka. Well, you may have to be fighting some things, but there's something at the very top of one of those buildings that has my attention. But
Ooh, okay. Is it that?
yeah, so you see that up there?
Yeah.
That looks
Yeah.
like Tanabata decorations right there.
It does, doesn't it?
Or no,
yeah.
it's Boys Day. It's carp kites.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, also your ink is draining real fast.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what's happening there.
I do. It's part of the story.
It's evil.
So we're as long as we're getting into some of the spicy and some of the more esoteric. So we've mentioned, folks. We've mentioned that Koro's Ujigami and my Ujigami came over with the same clan from Korea.
Mm-hmm.
And Korra and I have taken to thinking of the two of them as siblings.
Yeah.
So for me, in my practice as an Ujiko parishioner of Hachiman-sama, I think of her as a mother, and I think of Korra's Ujigami-sama as like my aunt. So like my prayer recently has been, "Mother, please make me equal to Aunt's help."
Like that's that's a very good prayer to have in those kind of circumstances, because I am terrified to figure out what would happen if I'm honestly terrified to find out if I caught the attention of She of the Arrows' wild self.
Hmm.
I've told you some stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like my subjective experience of it has been very much like, you know, I worry that people get the wrong impression when I describe my Ujigami as the mother in the battlefield is the euphemism I use. Because this is not mourning, MOUR mourning. This is, what the fuck did you do to my kids?
Hmm.
This is the woman who will take a. This is the woman. This is the mother with the shotgun saying, "You touch a hair on her and you hurt her."
Yeah.
It's like, I will end you and everything you love.
Mm-hmm.
So, all sweetness and light, basically.
All sweetness and light, yeah.
Yeah.
Mina-sama!
I will add to that. My own Ujigami is just like
Yes,
that
please
all the
do.
time.
Yeah, very much.
as Core in particular has already ran into.
Oh gosh, yeah. Big heckin' wolf.
Yeah.
Be careful, little cat.
Mm-hmm. But that's like, again, we talk about this as like faith, and a lot of this is also just the esoteric and spicy, which I don't think we're going to be getting into for a long while.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Not on our podcast, no.
Mm-hmm.
Our subjective experience is not the basic practice and
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
conversation,
And that's fine.
Yeah.
Again, Shinto is a series of beliefs masquerading as a religion.
And everyone's experience with it is going to be different, sometimes vastly so.
Mm-hmm.
And well, that's normal. That's natural, really.
Yeah. And I think that's something that a lot of Christians don't grapple with.
Yeah.
And then some too.
Ooh, we got something cool hanging outside the house here. What is that?
Ooh.
I think that's just a bottle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like a bottle of booze.
It looked like a little ghost to me.
Oh, it's a teruterubozu, a little a talisman that you like a little figurine that you hang to
Okay.
make to ward off the rain.
Okay, yeah. I thought it
Huh.
was... I didn't know what the blazes it was called, but I recognized it was a thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know that you need to get up to the shrine in this town.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to remember how to do that. Right, follow the fucking Torii gate.
This one?
No, that's not a Torii gate.
Oh no, you're probably right. It doesn't.
Turn around.
There you go.
Follow, like, okay. mild complaint, I guess. And this is me looking at the Naritesha, looking at the Shinto shrine emoji, and just going, not all Torii gates are like that.
Oh yeah.
Hashtag.
You joke, but like, uh, like, how do I even begin this? Issei Torii gates are different than Naritesha Torii gates, are even different than Hachimangu Torii gates. So Hachimangu and Naritesha Torii gates have real big similarities.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The difference is that the differences are there, and they are worth talking about.
Yeah.
But Inari Taisha has just kind of become the shorthand. Inari Taisha Torii gates are just like, oh yeah, this is what a Shinto shrine gate should look like. And that's not the case.
I mean, for that matter, Vira's Ujigami-sama has their own style of Torii gate, which is itself interesting too.
Oh yeah. Like, Oguchi no Mikami-sama, Torii gates are like really heckin' impressive looking to me.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
Like, rather than just one gate, it's like 3 in 1.
Mm-hmm. And
I love Waff Kung Fu. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail. I was just like,
no.
That's all good.
funny Waffy do a kick.
it's cute, and I appreciate it.
Yes.
Finally.
Mm-hmm.
There we
But
go.
like, I just find like even the differences of Torii gates are interesting,
Yeah.
And I know why Naritaisha's Torii gate is the shorthand for the Shinto shrine, and the reasoning why goes back to that conversation that we were having about with how Go Shintais worked in Naritaisha. Guess how many shrines there are in Naritaisha, everyone? It is the most prolific form of Shinto shrine out there.
I think it's Inari Shinko, then Hachiman Shinko, then Issei Shinko.
I remember one of the studies that said it was Inari Shinko, then Issei Shinko, but I mean, I'm willing to defer to you with Inari, then Hachimango. Yeah.
I can't. I'm not sure, so don't quote me on that. But
Mm.
yeah, if not the one then more than the other, it's like they're close. They're close.
Yeah.
But Inari Shinko is undisputably the most.
And this is also why this is why she has like the most prolific of like the things, because you have a problem, there's an Inari for that. You think I'm joking, but like there
I mean,
are Inari
My
shrines.
school had an Inari. Well, not on the grounds, but it was like right outside the gate.
Yeah, but that's kind of the thing. There are Inari shrines for for finals. There are Inari shrines that help you deal with syphilis. They're one of the more interesting observations, again from the Fox and the Jewel, was that oftentimes you'd end up seeing both prostitutes and farmers praying there. And it gets even more interesting with that, because then it's also not just the whole prostitutes and farmers, but also prostitutes, farmers, and people who have been inflicted with an STD. Oh, sorry, Jeff. We're talking about things.
It's okay.
I'm Jeff Bezos.
I'm Jeff Bezos.
Sorry, Jeff. Don't slap us in the face, John Twitch.
I mean, this is
Oh,
like an
man.
adult stream.
Yeah.
The princess of the Satomi house, and you're looking for the dogs.
Yep.
Oh, that's good. You're looking for 8 dogs.
Yeah.
With the 8 virtues. Satomi Hakkenden. I see what they did there.
Please explain because I only get some of it.
Yeah, same.
Okay, so Satomi Hakkenden was a story, like a folk story about the Satomi clan and like its 8 notable warriors, but they're like the 8 loyal dogs, Hakken. So you're literally looking for the eight dogs of Satomi here.
That's fucking great.
You gotta do this through the menu. I don't know why.
Oh, right.
Which is just stupid to me. It's just like, please?
So
Alright.
Satomi Hakkenden was written in 106 volumes between 1814 and 1842. And that's what this is based on.
Yep. Each one is also like named. Aren't the names also like pulled from like the 8 virtues?
Yeah, yeah. They're the characters. The characters that are floating around, like that are on the collar of the dog, are the different virtues. Yeah.
And just for clarity's sake, that's Buddhist. That's Bushido, ne? Am I thinking that, or am I...
Nah, I wouldn't say Bushido.
Mm.
I would say Confucian virtues.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah.
This is why I double-checked this, because
Yeah.
I'm not always the smartest fox.
It's easy to get those two confused.
Mm.
Get out!
I'd say get
This
out,
is
but
my
it's literally
house!
your stream.
I won't get out. This is my place.
Now you'll note that that little floating like little thing there
Mhm.
with the tassel.
Mhm.
That's an
Yeah.
inro. That is a little container in which one can do things like, say, store medicine.
Mm.
So the dog's collar over there says Sheen Faith.
Mm.
But this is a
Oh,
callback to a
well, there we
TV
go.
show that was super popular. For a long time, it was called Mito Komon, and it was very formulaic. And at the climax of every episode, the ex-vice shogun, who is like incognito touring the country, reveals himself because one of his retainers holds up the inro, like that little thing with the tassel that has the Tokugawa crest on it, and he goes, "You fool! Do you not realize for whom you are standing?" Instantly recognizable as a cultural, like a zeitgeist kind of thing,
Mhm.
to a Japanese player.
I guess this is also another good point here, because some of you may ask, as well you may, why are we talking about Confucian ideals in a game about Japan? Naira, if you'd please. Or do you want me to say it?
Because Bushido does not exist.
Yeah, well, on top of that also...
Oh, because you can't study Japan without studying China.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I'm
And
like, yes, but...
I think that is a pretty good note to end off on, because we have been going for
Yeah,
about
we've been going
4
for 4
hours, and I need
Nice when you're
to
having fun.
hydrate, and it seems like a decent enough point to end off on. Anyways, that is the wrong menu to be in to close the game. There we go. So, let me just get us out of here. Just real quick, if you came in here from the Teen Retro Fox raid, or just, organically through Twitch, whatever, you wound up in here and you've enjoyed what you've seen here, I would love if you hit that follow button because, you know, we hit 100 followers, but I've been thinking it would be really cool if we hit 200 at some point.
Yeah.
So, oh,
It would
maybe a
be,
cat.
wouldn't
Thank you so much for the follow. Hell yes.
it?
And yeah, we stream normally every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. That's a bit up in the air this week, these couple of weeks, because my co-host Sleet is on holiday. We will be streaming next on. Let me get to the ending screen here. Streaming next on Saturday at noon Pacific. We'll be playing a board game called Mysterium, where people will be. Oh, I'd really appreciate that. That's awesome of you, and yeah, it's been rad having you
Yeah.
here. But yeah, we're going to be playing Mysterium, which is a cool board game. Kind of plays a little bit like Dixit in some ways, if you've ever heard of that. Essentially, one player is a ghost who has been murdered, and the rest of the players are a psychic detective trying to solve the murder. The ghost can give clues to the psychic detectives, but the clues are very cryptic. Like, there's a bunch of beautifully illustrated cards that have a ton of different elements on them. Like there's landscapes with locks hanging from the ceiling and a fucking spider chandelier or something wild like that. And you as the ghost can give that to one of the detectives and the detective has to go, okay, how does this relate to who murdered you? What does this mean? It's a really fun game. We'll probably play a couple of rounds of that and maybe fit in a round or two of Among Us and something else. It's just going to be, fairly chill. We'll also be streaming on Sunday. I'll have guest host Laura back for that. Goes by Koboldium on Picarto. Yeah, we're going to be doing a bit more Ocarina of Time online, wherein it's the team up of the century. Goku and Chunky Kong save Hyrule. What horrors has Hylian modding wrought? So, if you want to find out where else Girl Stream Team is available, there are links in the chat there. And my friends, is there anything y'all would like to say before we wrap this one up?
I'm just ready for the stinger.
I mean, I guess y'all will see me again in a more official capacity on Monday as well, when Cora and Jax will be streaming Outer Wilds.
That is true. Next week we are going to be streaming Outer Wilds. I have played through Outer Wilds to completion.
So have I.
And Cora had
I'm
knows...
in danger.
Cora
knows
is totally
nothing.
new to this game.
Cora
and will
is...
be our navigator.
Yeah. I'm going to be at the controls. Vera is going to be cackling in the background, and Cora is going to be saying, I don't know, go to Brittle Hollow, I guess, question mark. So that's exciting. Please do follow my friend Nairi on Twitch. You can find her at Riverside Wings. More stuff like this happens usually at a much earlier time in the day. So, Riverside Wings, there we go. And I believe, Nairi, today you were doing more Katamari Damacy reroll and talking about modern Japanese culture.
Yes, I was talking about the urban architecture and just
Hi, Paula.
Good night, Paula.
ubiquitous features of
night, Paula.
urban life in Japan, in modern Japan, as I was playing through Katamari Damacy reroll. I was also playing Katamari Damacy reroll because I've been grinding through Pokemon Conquest recently, and I'm trying to recharge.
Yeah. By grinding
So
through
it was
Katamari.
it was a good time. It was a good time.
Yeah. All right. I think it's time for the buttons. Okay. Nari, yours is the best. You go first.
Friends, thank you for thank you for watching. Thank you for your support, for your subscriptions, for your follows, for your retweets, for your love. I love you all, and I appreciate you all. You are amazing, and you are the best damn people a girl could hope to work for. Until next time, who you are and what lights your fire is worth fighting for. I'll see you around.
Nice fucking choice. All right, Cora, your button.
Give me one moment, if you would be so kind.
Vera, do you want to give us a button while Cora's?
I don't have one.
It's
Shit.
fine. It's fine. Make some shit up, just like a woo or something.
Bark, 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 bark. Oh.
Perfect. Excellent. Good.
There.
Okay.
There's your button.
All right. Button's still in progress, but farewell for now. But we shall meet again soon. Until then, dear friends.
Sweet. That was pretty
Nice.
good.
Yeah, I wrote that in the interim.
Nice. All right then. Well, as for mine, thanks for coming, everyone. Mwah.